Hey, guess who's back, Jackets?
Bobbity boom. Boom.
And I know many will disagree with me.
It's frickin' Halloween. What's happening, everybody? Boo!
This is kind of the trailer to the movie that we're about to enter. And there was a lot of revealing, a lot of revelations during that time. So we saw that with like Diddy's arrest, right? That was one revelation, revealing of sorts.
Trick or treat.
Are demons more powerful at Halloween?
Happy Halloween.
Hello, everyone! How are you all doing tonight? I hope that you're all having an amazing, fabulous night, and that you are ready to celebrate Halloween. Happy Halloween, everyone! I'm going to be busy next week, and this is the last Friday before we are doing Halloween. So, we are celebrating today. Albs is here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Veggies Kill is here. Obviously, somebody on the carnivore diet, of course. Jelly Snack is here with us today, and she says that she is the magical unicorn of On Passive. So there you go. You heard it here first. Violet is here. Friday. Joe says, greetings, everyone. And Nev is here. Hey, bimbos, ding-dongs, and assorted sayers of nay. Let's get spooky. I saw Angel here, and Salami Nugget is here. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. I forgot my makeup. Yes, I did. So today we're going to have some fun doing a little bit of everything. And I mean absolutely everything. I have quite a show planned for us today. So I'm going to try to stay on camera for the first little bit, but it's probably going to start to get too dark for me to do that halfway through. I'm just letting you know now. But to start us off, I thought that we would do a really long overdue MLM meme review. I usually do the On Passive meme review, but today's show is all about doing a little bit of everything for Halloween. So today we have MLMs, we have On Passive, we have Love as One, we have some Bob Larson, we have creepy, scary stories, and etc. So let's get right into our MLM meme review. A haunted house, but it's just the bathroom of your hometown bar, and a girl from your high school has an exciting business opportunity for you. And the door is locked. That does sound like a fucking haunted house, doesn't it? Joe wants to know what my little princess is going out as for Halloween. She is going as Billie Eilish. She is obsessed with Billie Eilish, so she actually got a Billie Eilish costume. Here we have a good old Monet post. Been a while since we heard from Monat. Says, point of view. When your husband, who is the supportive type, so he secretly personalized his welding cap with your company's name on it instead of his own. That just sounds like a stupid marketing idea for his own company. Why would you do that? It's also like in a weird spot behind his ear. Like I can barely see it. I guess maybe that's done on purpose. You know, maybe he wants to seem like a supportive husband, but he can only go so far with it. And then that's it. Here we have a red flag post. It says, happy anniversary, babe. I can't believe this is year number 13. It feels like yesterday. I can't wait to see what the next 50 years holds for us. I have a feeling they'll be incredible. Yay, party! Even though I might be 900 miles away, I sure do love you so much and wish you were here. Wink. I don't know what that emoji is. It's like a wink with its tongue out. Like, I don't know. Here's to the next 50 plus years creating a life we love. Heart, heart. I don't know why you're away from your loved one on your wedding anniversary. That's not good, but there you go. MLMs. You get to work on vacation. Hello, sweet goth. Good to see you. Thomas says, good thing the company name isn't Van Gogh. Here we have a Neutralite. Neutralite from Neutral Life. No, but I guess it's an October ad, September ad. It's a fall ad. It has some pumpkins there. I don't like how it's on the ground. Like, hey, buy our product. Here it is on the ground. Like, I feel like that's not good. That's not good. Ash Mufara is scared because people from India are pressing charges against him. Pointless that the SEC extended the case when there are Indians pressing lawsuits against Ash. The SEC extended the case so that they can include that in their lawsuit as well and to get all the evidence that they need. Good old scam way. Good old scam way. It's like, let's throw it on the ground and take a picture. See, that tells me that it's poop. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not exactly like, oh, I can't wait to buy that product that I see on the ground there. I'm not running it. You know, I'm not like, yeah, let's get our asses to the store, buy that right now. When I buy food, I definitely want food that's been on the floor, right? Right? You know? Like that's all that says to me is, look at us. We put it on the floor. On the ground. Outside too. So there you have it. The ants are eating this before you even get it. How are you? I miss you so. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Random question. Lol. Have you ever used any Scentsy products before? Or your mom? Have you ever used your mom? Wait, what? Oh, or has your mom ever used any Scentsy products? Oh yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Yeah, that's when you block them. You just block right away. But speaking of Scentsy, they're doing these days until Halloween, Frankenstein. They got all of their bars going, and they've retired Jack Skellington, it seems like. Now, you'd have to be a real OG of this channel, like been here since like 2019, 2020 to understand why we would be all upset that Jack Skellington is no longer being sold at Scentsy on Halloween. Maybe he'll come out at Christmas. There's still hope. Please come out at Christmas, Jack. But for right now, there is no Jack. Rest in peace, Jack. Also, this is always my favorite one. Don't be scared by the smell of your house. Order your Halloween warmer and fall scents. And then it's just like a bunch of the random warmers. They don't even really have scents posted on here. It just lists them in orange down below. And the names are like Autumn Sunset, Pumpkin Roll, Pumpkin Marshmallow, Caramel Pear Crisp, and many more. It looks like On Passive would have made it. Good old Scentsy. Using one's mom, right? Don't do that. I still had a bag full of Scentsy and Party Light that I gave to my neighbor. Take it out of my house. Yeah, right? Bye. Bye. Thank you, Baron, for being a member for 4 months, and welcome. Welcome. here we have spiced pumpkin lean, which I wouldn't call my product lean. I mean, if you know, you know. Okay, if you know, you know. Just not a good name for the product. But it says convenient meal replacement, quick and easy to prepare, perfect for busy days when you need a nutritious option. Lean? I need a nutritious option. I'm just going to go get my lean, my spiced pumpkin lean. Your friends are all looking at you like you're crazy. Supports weight management, formulated to help support weight loss and maintain muscle. Seasonal flavor. Enjoy the comforting taste of pumpkin spice, which I hate, by the way. I'm not a fan of pumpkin spice. I don't understand the hype for it at this time of year. But you can get it in pumpkin spice. Yay! While sticking to your wellness routine. And then gut-friendly ingredients. Promotes healthy digestion with quality ingredients. Nutrient-packed protein. Helps fuel your body and keep you full longer, making it easier to stay on track with your health goals. Perfect for anyone wanting to indulge in fall flavors without the guilt. Yeah, you just have to carry around the guilt of using multi-level marketing products. That sucks. I thought you were going to say, don't be scared of the smell of your ass. Why would I say that? Scentsy toilet paper when? That would be great. I would love that day. You loved your little plug, but you gave it to your neighbor too and got one out of a local store for £7 instead. And I bet you it's way cheaper to get the wax for that one than it would be for Scentsy too. I was like, damn, they do lean in different flavors now, right? Pumpkin spice, ice spice, old spice, whatever. It's all the same thing. All the same. But yeah, they do spiced pumpkin lean. If Amazon said, refer 4 friends during Prime Days, and we will send you $547. Would you do it? I mean, maybe. You would? I said maybe, but okay. We'll go back. Yes, I would. You would? Well, Amazon isn't offering that. Sorry. But mine is this month. Clap. What could you do with this extra cash in your pocket? $547. Don't need the cash yourself? Fine. Donate it to hurricane relief. A little too soon for that. A little too soon. That's really it. There's no catch. I don't want to gatekeep this because it's too good. Seriously, just 4 friends. Accountability partners to get healthy with you. Grab your friends and let's help you earn some cash and a free cruise in time for the holidays. Star Eyes Party Dance. Is that supposed to be a cruise ship? I think it's a tugboat. Tugboat. Yeah, tugboat. Message me a holiday cash and I'll get you more info. I'm good. I'm okay. Thank you. I don't want to go on the tugboat. Yeah, there's no catch, but there's a catch. You just got to join our pyramid scheme. That's the catch. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. If the only life insurance you got is the one your mama put on you, it's called the Grow Up Plan for a reason. Take care of your family, King. Don't have your family taking care of you. Pound it. I don't know. Like, what in the toxic masculinity be this? I mean, It doesn't, maybe your wife should have one on you too, but I mean, if your mama has one on you and then she plans on putting that money to your family if something happens to you, what's wrong with that? How does that make you less of a man? Like, I'm having a very hard time with this. I feel like that's the point of life insurance, right? I mean, don't have your family taking care of you. No, you're gone. So anyway, it could be World Financial or Primerica. There's so many of these insurance ones now. If you already have your October catalogs, make sure they are printed out for your travel to Vegas. Great conversation starters for plane trips and food stops. Yay! Wink, wink. See, okay, when I see a wink in this context, is it just me? Because I think like the person's like winking, like just joking. Yeah, they're actually not great conversation starters for these places. Gotcha. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Hello, Cherie. Jerry's here. Anyway, someone responded and said, these are going to be absolutely critical for growth while traveling. So then they responded and said, I absolutely plan on having at least 2 new members or sales on the flight there with mine. Well, and I'm like, oh, lucky people that get to go on the plane with you. Going on the airplane already sucks. You usually, especially if you're flying alone, you have to sit next to people that you don't know, don't really want to talk to, but you're like ass to ass with them, And the last thing that you would want is to be caught on a flight next to some hunbot trying to pitch you a pyramid scheme for the whole fucking way there. Especially if you're going to Vegas and you live far from Vegas. It's like a 12-hour flight with just this hun talking about her damn crappy products the whole time. Yeah, no, I'd ask for a refund. I'd be like, I know you guys give them for crying babies. This was very much like that. It was a crying hunbot in the seat next to me. I want a refund, please. Here we have one called Wolfie Presets by Wolfie Kids. I don't know. I don't know why that's circled. I think it's tagged because that's the product. But the girl says, how good does my skin look? And like, your skin looks really, really good. It does. It looks very nice. Very nice. Good job. Except you also don't have any pores. So I'm guessing it's a filter. See, you can't do that and then filter. That's like false advertising. I don't like it. Next. Here we have good old Plexus. This person says, my friend started sharing and dove into her Plexus business because she was tired of telling her children, sorry, we can't afford that right now. Extra income is just that. Extra income. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. That's so sad because you know that they're not making enough money, and now probably more than ever she can't afford stuff because she's buying all the fucking Plexus products. So let's hope that that kid gets their Christmases and other stuff that they need. Here we have someone that looks like they just gave birth. Yeah, Joe says she can't afford it now either. Exactly. We have someone that just gave birth here. And they say, by the time my 3rd child arrived, I had already grown an organization of thousands, brought home a consistent income, and was able to qualify for a car bonus program. And I haven't had to think about going back to work in an office since. And I just look at this and I say, I would much rather work at an office if when I was spending moments like this, after having a baby with my kids, there's 3 children there, one of them the newborn and 2 other children. that have been blurred out. That's what the emojis are. And so at least if I was in an office job, this time spent with my kids after giving birth would actually be a vacation where I wouldn't have to work and could just concentrate on my children. This bitch be on her phone right now. Why? Probably trying to make a sale or posting up something silly like this. And it's like, if anything, you end up working around the clock. And they talk about it like it's a good thing, but it's not. Like, this is not good. Get off the damn phone and spend time with your kids. Here we have, I can't remember who all told me that they wanted to know about the next big sale from Plexus. So if that was you, send me a message or drop a comment. Sale ends October 15th. School is crazy. That's my excuse. And I'm like, but if you can't even remember, like, you can't remember, really? If you can't even remember, then you don't deserve the sale. That's all I'm saying. All right. That's all I'm saying. Nev says, you will all appreciate this. On my way to the doctor yesterday, I saw a car that unironically had a Pure Romance sticker on it. The horror. The horror. Really, usually I get complaints. People in the South will be like, I don't like it when you do them accents, man. And I'll be like, I'm sorry. I wasn't making fun of you unless, was that your post? Woo! All right. This is a longer one. So we have, literally, thank God that what I thought I wanted never came true. Weird take. But we'll go with it. Otherwise, my children would be in daycare and school. What's wrong with daycare and school? We want the kids to be in school. I'd be working shift work and night shift. I highly doubt we would have bought a home, and we'd be living separate lives each day, and I wouldn't have known what I was missing, but I'd be missing it all. Grind, grind, grind. Such a sliding doors moment. What's a sliding doors moment? The fuck is a sliding doors moment? What does that mean? Like, you open the door and you run out? What? You truly never know what other reality you could be living when you do follow your knowing and act. You truly know what other reality you could be living when you do follow your knowing and act. That made no fucking sense. I have no clue what that sentence means. I don't even know what you were trying to fucking say. Thank God I took a chance and just bought that box of shampoo and trusted what I knew in my heart. Oh God, not another Monet. Monat? Oh Lord. Lord. Sliding Doors is a movie from the 1990s starring Gwyneth Paltrow and John Hannah. Really good, actually. Well, I remember it as good. Okay, so what does it mean to have a sliding doors moment? Is it like an aha moment? Is that their version? Because in therapy, you have what's called an aha moment, which is when you kind of like discover something, have a breakthrough, if you will. So I'm wondering if it's the same sort of thing. If you have a sliding doors moment, imagine being like, I'm so glad that my kids don't do school. I'm so happy that they'll have kindergarten education forever. It splits in two timelines, one where she makes a trade and one where she doesn't. Oh, okay. I understand. So it's like two different dimensions where the same thing's going on. All right. That makes more sense. Thank you, Angel. Thank you. I have never seen that movie. I'll have to check it out now. When you have to see movies in order to get the posts. Not a great marketing campaign, just saying. So here we have 40% off all bundles. Discount available exclusively through your consultant, which is a nice word for Hunbot. It is an end of an era and a sad day for NJO consultants and customers who like their consultant support. NJO have decided to get rid of consultants and go online only. So after the 18th of November, I will no longer be able to help you. However, from now until the 20th of October, NJO are offering 40% off all room bundles. I don't know what they sell. Okay. Room bundles. So if you need to top up your supplies, that discount may help. But top up your supplies, but then you're going out of business. So I should probably replace you with something, not top up supplies. Then when I run out of those supplies, I'm just fucked again. That's not good. That discount may help. Please contact me directly as this special is only through consultants. Sue. Well, Sue, I'm good. I'm good. Also, what the fuck is NJO? Too bad it's shut down anyway. Maybe we'll have to check that one out in future. NJO. They're like, we really want to call it Enjoy, but I know. We'll drop the Y. Oh, so Gen Z. I don't know what generation it is. Whoa! Whoa! My eye! My eye! What are we doing? Suckered into an MLM by a gassy boss babe. Tease. Who asked for this? Which one of you asked for this? Who was it? Was me. Who was it? Why is this happening? This shouldn't even be a thing. I don't know why this exists. We're just going to continue on with life as if we just don't know. Never found out. And that is it for our MLM meme review. That was fun. It's been a long time since we've done just an MLM meme review. You know, of all of the MLMs. We'll have to do more. Next, I would like to react to this lovely video by an OnPassive founder because it's like really Halloween-y and fun.
Well, here we go again.
Oh,
This is me, Marion. And as I finish up my morning's teaching, I had some thoughts playing through my mind because you see, this morning I taught several children who don't experience our holiday tradition of dressing up and cosplay, as they
okay.
call it, as characters in storybooks or as spooky characters, which some people like to do here. I tend to focus more on the storybook characters and the fun.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay.
Trying to explain this unusual American holiday to them and explain how we have children carry buckets of candy and they say trick or treat was unusual this morning because, you know,
Why are you talking to us like this? I am not one of your little students. I feel like you're talking down to me. You got like Robin Noble tone.
very foreign holiday for many. And for many people, it is, well, offensive. If it has a religious connotation, some people love Halloween.
Who, Bob Larson?
So, you know, what's
hates
good
it,
for
that's
one
it.
isn't always good for all. And that's okay. And trying to explain that in another language that made me stop and think, you know, that has great implications on what I'm trying to explain to my friends when I try to tell them that OnPassive is a way to find a better future. And it's the choice I am making. And I fully realize that it may not be for everyone. But I do believe once OnPassive opens to the world,
Uh-huh.
it will be something everyone is going to want on board.
Okay.
Just like these little Chinese children are so excited to see what a jack-o'-lantern is and see how it lights up their faces. I know there will be many faces being
Wait, what was that? Why is it that they go? What was that? What was that an anime thing? Is that what just happened? Is that what just happened? Are you turning into a fucking anime woman right before our eyes?
lit up to see what a treat on passive can be to them. Because you see, the word treat has many
You're
meanings.
the little
It
Chinese.
doesn't mean necessarily candy. Now, does it? Those of us who speak English know that when you treat someone for something, it
Okay.
means you give them something that they appreciate and they value.
Uh-huh.
But it also means to give medical attention or care, to try to heal or cure. Well,
What? Oh my God. Where are we going with this? We're on passive. Now it's about medical treatment. On passive is about medical treatment. Since when? Since when? No. 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 It does not apply. This one doesn't apply. It was fine when we were using the other definition of treat. Now you're like I'm getting prepared to report you for making illegal medical claims, you know? That's not good. Don't do that.
I like that word in
Do
relation
ya?
to on passive.
I really like that word too.
I think on passive is going to treat and cure many of our internet issues we have with teaching, with banking, with keeping our families afloat in very difficult times where socializing
man.
and face-to-face sales for people who do direct sales are difficult. And for teachers who,
Right?
let me tell you, are struggling with Zoom. I just watched a
Oh no, guys. She's struggling with Zoom. What are we going to do? I hate myself after I just did that. I'm never doing that again. I apologize. I apologize to everybody.
family I adore on YouTube
What are you doing?
just
Oh my God.
totally
This is
trash the
embarrassing.
teachers that were trying to educate their children because they didn't do everything they thought they should do the way they thought they should do it, without realizing that the teachers' platforms they were given to teach on were very limiting and they had very little training.
But on passive with Academy, how is it going to fix that issue? Do you think that they're going to be training teachers on Academy before they're able to teach and how to teach specifically on Academy? Like, you say it's going to solve this problem of teachers not knowing how to teach over the internet, which, yeah, I'm sure it is different than being like in the classroom and being able to like actually see the students at their desks and go up and help them with stuff and etc. Like it would be completely different. And I know that during the panorama that like everyone kind of got shocked because everyone had to all of a sudden do online courses and teachers were kind of like, what do we do now, you know? But you can't just be like on passive is going to fix that issue without providing us how. Like, what is going to fix the issue? Because if Academy is just like a rebranded Zoom, and they're using Academy instead of Zoom, that won't actually fix the issue that you're talking about, which is lack of training for how to teach online. So I'm kind of like, what the fuck, Miriam? What you doing?
To manage these difficult platforms, they aren't user-friendly.
Oh, okay.
It's asking teachers to do something that they've never been trained to do
Mm,
on a platform that essentially asks them to speak another language within a few weeks. And I know many will disagree with me, but as a teacher who is struggling to teach nonverbal students on Zoom
okay.
and keep them engaged while also keeping a classroom of other nonverbal children engaged,
Yeah.
I realize I think I've met my match. I am looking for On Passive to help treat
I think
my
I
woes
did my match.
and help make life easier for both me and for them and for the many other students and teachers out there who are struggling. And the
Okay.
families who are struggling with finding teachers to teach what they want their children to learn.
Really?
This family was
Like,
so upset
Um,
that the teacher was not providing the information that they wanted her to provide in the way they wanted
this
her
never
to provide
happened.
it. Well, once we are on
I'm going to need proof that that ever happened.
our platform for Academy and On Passive, parents will be able to choose the teachers who are willing to present the information in the ways they want it presented.
How is
Problem solved.
that helpful? Listen, I'm a mom, but I don't know more about how to teach my kid and what my kid should learn in school than the teacher does. So like it wouldn't be helpful for me to then dictate what my daughter learns and how she learns it in school. Like micromanaging her teacher is not helpful. But okay.
I think it will give medical care or attention to heal and cure these woes. Now, how about the trick part? I tried explaining this morning what a trick is. Now, I can show what a magic trick is.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You all know where my mind went. You know where it went.
Make a card appear, or, better yet, pop something on the screen that they didn't know was going to appear.
That's not a trick.
It's a clever way of doing something.
Oh, Lord.
Now, I know On Passive has many tricks up its sleeve, but they are not the tricks that I see people questioning.
Dun, dun, dun.
I see people questioning, is it a Ponzi scheme?
Yeah.
Is this for real? They're just trying to sucker you into something. There's no product. It's going to fail. No, I can assure
We talking
you
about
that
us?
is not the case. If it was, I deserve to be duped. And
That's
I've
not
been duped a few
nice.
times.
Don't
But-
say that about yourself. Nobody deserves to be duped. That's like victim blaming and shaming.
I like to say I'm a fairly good judge of character after my years of doing things.
This is Marion.
And more so, I'm a judge of someone following through with what they say they're going to do. Now, in the time that I've been with On Passive, I have seen no tricks.
I don't think so.
I have heard that On Passive will launch without a definitive date given yet because they want things to be correct.
That just sounds so ridiculous every time one of them says it, where they're like, we don't know when it's going to launch. There's just no date. It's okay, though. I'm like, who joins a company that claims that they're about to have like this big launch and then they don't even have a date for the launch? Like who is like, that's a great idea. Should definitely join this, you know? You know? It's like, Lord.
Now, if I were given an opportunity to teach a lesson by a certain date and have everything 100% correct, yes, I could probably do it.
Uh-huh.
I'm feeling a little silly trying to wing it here today based on just a few thoughts that crossed my mind while I was teaching, but I figured, why not? But when you're doing something as important as launching a digital platform to help solve issues with things like finances, I want to make sure everything is right on the money. To use an idiom.
The only thing I see here right now is an idiot.
I want it correct. I want to see our platform for On Passive launch with flying colors and be the perfect platform that it has been described to be and that I have seen glimpses of. I have. And believe me, you want to become a founder so that you can see this.
See it.
It is not the fiction.
Why did you point to your cheek when you said see it? When you see this, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
People who are not founders
Stop it.
have not figured out
You
yet.
put that finger down.
It is not
Stop
a
that.
trick in the sense of doing something deceiving. It is a clever or particular way of doing something that will disrupt what we are.
Some of us might argue the clever part. All right. We might argue the clever.
Are currently familiar with.
It's a way of doing something.
I sincerely hope that you learn more about On
Why are you
Passive.
talking so slow?
Check out some of the most recent videos. There's a video I caught just a little bit of during a break by Dr. Bill Williams. It was awesome, talking about the year 2025 and what life will be like for those of us who hopped on board and saw the trick and the treat in On Passive. We are going to see some amazing things go down the road. And the end of the road, On Passive is going to bring us many, many new ways of doing things.
Are you talking to adults in this video? You're literally talking to us like we're in a kindergarten class. Is this how you talk to people that are nonverbal? Because fuck, that's insulting. That's so insulting. You do realize that they're normal people like you and I, they just can't speak. You don't have to talk to them like they're fucking stupid. You don't have to slow down like this for them. You can literally just speak. I would slap you if I was nonverbal and you spoke to me like this. Just slap her. Lord.
And change our lives for the better. I hope you jump on with us. Please check out the links below. Ask for more information. If anything, sign up as a pending founder. You don't have to pay a thing. And leave your name and number into the information so that you can hear more about On Passive when it launches.
Remember that?
And you can be a reseller of the software. You can be one of the first to use it and check it out for free. Yes, for free. You'll be able to check it out.
Oh my God, for free.
So give it a
look.
look.
These are all.
I promise it'll be worth your time and you're going to enjoy both the trick and the treat.
The trick and the treat. You heard it here. You're going to enjoy the On Passive trick and the treat. The trick and the treat. We got so much trick or treating. La 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 Halloween. I don't know what that was, but that was some MLM cringe content. La 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 Halloween. Yeah, so there's that.
Child. Anyway, so.
Yep. When someone says that your opportunity is a pyramid scheme.
Child. Anyway, so.
LuLaRoe.
I may do digital marketing, but let me tell you something. The other thing I really love is Halloween. Started decorating, getting through most of the things, but still focusing every single day on this 2-hour workday. You want to learn a little bit more about how you can do it all? Comment. I would love to share.
How dare that Hunbot bait us with her awesome Halloween decorations? I'm just saying, I'd be her friend if she wasn't in an MLM. And I got one more really cringe MLM Halloween post for you. But the music was copyright. So, like the first one, I replaced it. Never doing that again. I'm sorry. Let me talk to him. Let me talk. Let me talk to him. Let me talk. Let me talk to him. Let me talk. So there's that. That's great fun. Great fun on good old Halloween. The Hunbots are always out here hunt-botting. Next, I thought that we would hear from Marty DeGarmo. This is Marty DeGarmo a couple Halloweens ago. Once again, I thought it would be fun if we played this and then we compared it to Marty DeGarmo today. Let's go!
Bobbity boom.
Thank you, Sam.
Boom.
Thank you, Jelly.
Bobbity boom. Let's shut myself off. All righty. Happy Halloween.
Might as well
As
be.
you see, I dressed up. Can you guess
Yep.
what I am? Don't say it, Chris. Terrence Godfrey's in the house. How you doing? Happy Halloween to you too. Any emails from past the last day of October
In the
will
house.
not be worried. November is next, so as December. Yeah, I don't have no clue what you're saying, but that's okay.
Okay.
Tanya, I'm passive is in the house. Oh, Tanya, thanks for everything you do.
Of course, Tanya.
Sherry Joshua, hello, Sherry. Happy Halloween to you too. We got 65 people here on a late notice. A couple things I want to get people
Said Sherry's name
jazzed
wrong.
up about because I'm so happy about what's going on. I can't stand it, really. As you know or may not know, tonight at 1:30 in the morning, I don't want to say too much about it because there might be people here, but there's a big...
Wait, after, on Halloween, after everyone goes trick-or-treating with their kids, you want them to come to a webinar at 1 in the fucking morning? Excuse me? Fuck off with that.
thing going on in
No.
the
I refuse.
India company of Passive, kind of a celebration. Yes, it's 1:30 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. Yes, you didn't read that wrong. It is 1:30 Eastern Daylight Time. I'm going to be there, Lord's will, and so will a lot of other people. It's a celebration that'll be really cool. I don't know how long it's going to last, but can't wait to go. I'm up at that time anyway, talking to other people. One announcement I want to make: it has not been posted yet.
That's ridiculous.
Tomorrow at 2:00, when we normally have our roundtable Q&A, questions, answers, comments, it's going to be canceled, and Mr. Ash Mufara is going to give updates. It is not a Q&A. He has some stuff he'd like to share with us.
It's
That
not
will
a
be
Q&A.
at 2 o'clock. That will be posted in the back office. I would recommend everyone that's in on passive being there, actually. As you know, O-Founders, the big scuttlebutt going on about O-Founders this, O-Founders that. Rumor has it that it is unbelievable. Rumor has it that it will knock your socks off. Rumor has it that you might even have tears in your eyes
Knock
when you
your
see
socks off.
it. It is
Tears.
done. Now,
Yeah,
when
it's so amazing that you are going to have your socks knocked off. There'll be tears coming down your eyes. You'll be crying because it's so fucking awful. You'll be like, oh my God, this is what I waited around for years. I wasted my life away.
we get it actually out there, it
Damn
will be
it.
very, very soon. What we thought was going to be with it, it's even more. So I can tell you, I don't know all the details because I am not Ash Mufara, but rumor has it, they're pretty good
What are
sources.
you doing?
It's going to blow your doors down. So don't worry about, oh, it's the 31st, where's it at?
Passive will huff, they will puff, and they'll blow your doors down.
Trust me, when you see this baby, you're not going to care about
Trust
any
me,
label
bro.
claims, okay? Let's keep something else in mind. When you're building this conglomerate, this massive, massive company, when you think, well, I plug something in here and I plug something in here and it's done,
It's massive.
there's an octopus of things that are hooked up to this company at every turn. Nothing is one guy, one switch, one connection. Nothing's like that. Everything has to do with intertwining, dealing with very many people in different time zones.
The dog's trying to warn us. The dog's trying to warn us all.
So it's big, 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 big. If you believe how big you think it is, you understand that we are going to be blown away.
Wait. If you believe how big you think it is, you'll understand that we'll be blown away. Wow. Mwah. Perfect. Magnificent. Just good quote, Marty. How profound.
I'm going to say that one more time.
Yep,
you will be impressed. You will be like a proud parent when you see Go Founders for the first time. I believe that with all my heart. And I mean O Founders, sorry. I didn't have all my coffee yet. So
can't even remember the name of what we're talking about. Can we trust you?
Bigger than Chris's head. There we go. And I know you're thinking, it can't be anything bigger than his head. This is. So stay cool, stay calm. You're an owner of this company. You're sharing. Most of you are founders. If you're a founder, you're part owner.
No.
Be happy that we have a man.
That's not really how it goes, though. Right? He says, if you're a founder, then you're a part owner. No, they're not a part owner. You can take away their OES at any time. Ash Mufara can delete their account and boot them out of this thing. They don't have like an actual position of ownership in this company. There's no stocks that they can own in the company. So when you say that, that's a lie. That's just the MLM, the whole like, oh, you're your own business owner. No, you're not. You're an independent contractor for that business that works for peanuts and markets for free. It's so companies can take advantage of the public and have them do free marketing for them, have them sell the products for them with their attraction marketing, right? So then they don't have to pay for employees, pay for storefronts. It's so they save money while you're paying out of pocket trying to make money. So no, you're not an owner of it. Not in any way, shape, or form. Only Ash Mufara owns this. Okay? Only Ash Mufara is the owner of this entire thing.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
Nobody else. Just him.
At the helm of this unbelievable ship that is going to surprise all of us. We know nothing. Think bigger, dream bigger. It is bigger. So don't.
Bigger.
My God, be ready. Fasten your seatbelt.
Be ready.
You're about to go on a voyage.
This was about 2 years ago. Be ready. Fasten your seatbelts. It's coming any second.
Never ever imagined in your life. If you are not a founder, you're about to lose. I'm sorry. Yeah, you could be a reseller. Yeah, you could do very well. But if you want to be a founder, you better do something like today. You need to do something very soon. I want to also tell you something that is very important. If you signed up for old pending positions and you did not pay, you'll be lucky if you can. So if you didn't do it now, if you're looking for pending positions, do it now, right now. If anybody has the transfer button in their back office, you can do it. My transfer button is on as of this minute. Will it be on at the end of this? Maybe not. So think about that and think about what's involved. I love you all. I'm sorry for yelling and shouting and jumping, but I'm really excited. I think
you were. Yeah. Hey now. Again, I didn't see Marty as being excited. I just saw you having some technical difficulties. And you were like playing around with your stuff. But I didn't see you all happy, yelling, and excited. But okay.
What we're about to witness very soon is going to, you're going to have to pinch yourself. You're going to think this can't be real. I mean, there's times I wake up, and especially now, where I go, is this a dream? Is this?
The answer is yes. It's a nightmare that you could never wake up from.
It's really happening to people I know and to myself and my family. Yes, it's happening. Yes, you're involved. And
the scam's happening. Yeah.
You're
involved.
It'll be like the most exciting.
Listen, this is a real company for real people with real products. It's real, damn it. All right? Don't argue me.
Your life. Think about the most exciting day so far. It's going to be ranked right up there. And from that point, it's unveiling bigger and better and huge and unbelievable.
Let me tell you something. If my wedding night ended any way that this is ending, we would not be here. But to celebrate 11 years, I'm just saying, I don't know if you should be comparing this to the best time of your life.
We're going to rock the world. We're going to rock the internet. And you're part
like
of it.
If you have your child and you feel like you do, waiting around and on passive, that's not good. That's not a good thing. Put that kid up for adoption and save them.
People will walk up to Jason Gaynor and say, hey, do you know about Unpassive? Not only do I know, I'm a founder.
Yes.
John Grattan, are you a founder? Yep, been one for a year or two. Yep. It's a big deal, guys. And stop making this complicated. Well, I don't know about this. You don't need to know squat. Get in, pay your 97, be ready to pay 300 if it's that much.
What?
And you will be part of.
So is that what everyone has to get ready for? Is they'll have to gather $300 in case Ash comes out here and goes, it's going to cost money. Imagine scrambling to get the $97 and being told that that's all you had to do to buy in, and then you'd be a millionaire. And then a few years later getting told, actually be ready to spend another $300 at the drop of a hat whenever we say. Like, okay, I don't know how I'm going to get that money, but okay, you know? Like, how awful. It's awful. Yeah, just shut up and pay. Don't ask any questions. Just get in and win.
Part of the owner of this massive
Not an owner.
business. I can't emphasize enough. I'm looking for words that don't exist. Just like I was looking for a company like this that didn't exist before. So please.
Really?
Keep the faith. Get people going. Listen, don't, I'm telling you for the last, there may not be very many days I can tell you this. Get in, get ready, boom. Ask me before I'll be on at 2 o'clock. If you can
Boom,
be
baby.
there, be there. I'm not saying quit your job tonight. I'm saying be there if you can be there.
But you have in the
I
past,
don't know.
though, you and Chris have told people to quit their jobs for this, and then they've waited around for years, and then you've turned around and been like, maybe you guys should all go get a job instead of just waiting around. And it was very gaslighty, and I hated every second of it.
If it'll be recorded, it might be, but I don't think it'll be up very long.
He didn't think it was going to be up for very long, but, you know, it's still up. It's still up. Shh, don't tell him. Don't tell him it's still up. Alp says, the legendary $300. I will give them credit for telling people about that ahead of time, but it was supposed to cover all 40 to 60 products, not just one single product. Exactly. And then the O Connect ended up being $250 several times a year, quarterly. So you had me at hello. Thought we would take a minute just to hear from our dear, dear friend, good old Mike Ellis.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
He had a very, very important message to deliver to all of us very, very long ago.
Ash Mufara has released the hounds. Okay? And for those individuals that think they can be anything other than honest, clean, and ethical, they have another thing coming. And they're in for a very, very big surprise. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. I saw a couple of people that Ash took care of. Okay? And these individuals, before Ash got involved and he released the hounds, they were very, very vociferous negatively about Unpassive. And Ash took care of it. And I never saw a few individuals go from yelling from the rooftop to disappearing. If you weren't honest, clean, and ethical, you got a problem. You probably shouldn't sleep very well at night, because if it reaches that level where the hounds start to knock at your door, yeah, you're going to have a really, really tough day. So the first thing Ash talked about was releasing the hounds, cleaning up some of those areas in Unpassive that aren't pleasant. But Unpassive today, it is a multi-billion-dollar company. And Ash flat out told us we cannot accept what these individuals are doing, trying to denigrate Unpassive. It's just not going to happen. So, number one, the hounds have been released, okay?
You heard it here first. Beware of the hounds.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
They have been released. They have been released, so we should all beware. I'm actually scared. Next, I thought we would go over and we would hear from our dear buddy, Chris Johnson. Because Chris Johnson had quite an exciting Halloween out here a couple years ago. And again, compare Chris here to how he is now.
Hey, 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 hey!
Jesus,
guess who's
right.
back, Jackets? It's freaking
Oh my
Halloween.
God.
What's happening, everybody? Boo! Boy, do
Yeah,
I got some
sure.
crazy things going on today. Hold on. Look at that. I had a watch in my hand. I am all messed up right now because Marty Red and Who's the other chick? Robin. Robin is
Oops.
on the phone with me right now. And before I start, Marty's got some information he's going to tell you. So just hold on. Marty, you ready? He's going to. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. It is. Don't say it, Marty. Don't say I'm a dumbass.
What is this?
No, listen. If you're getting a payment problem,
We can't hear anything.
do a hard reboot.
Okay, let me repeat that
Hold on.
because I got a lot of messages
One sec,
coming in.
guys.
If you're still getting the pay problem, all right, it's cleared now. But you're
Okay.
going to have to hard reboot your computer.
Okay.
So, is that correct, Marty? Yeah. Shut up, Red. It's going to be Red. You might as well. Hey, Red, now do you want to repeat the right way? Because Marty said it. Go ahead, Red.
Okay, so
Wow.
for those of you who don't know what a hard reboot of is, literally making sure that you turn your computer.
Could he not share a
completely off,
screen?
Okay, waiting 30 seconds and then turning it back on again, making sure that you've closed all your applications down before you turn it off, and then once you come back online, that is
There we
a
go.
hard reboot.
All right. Now, Robin, you're next. Now, you.
So wait, if they're having problems paying in the Go Founders, then they should reboot their computers. They should hard reboot their computer, and that will fix the payment problem in the software. I don't know, Angel. That's kind of what I'm wondering. I'm like, okay, so there's a problem with the payment going through. So you want me to reboot my computer? I don't know if that will fix the problem, but sure, we'll go with it.
You correct what Red didn't say, Robin. Go ahead.
Okay, go Robin.
Robin.
It means that everything is being fixed. The tech team are working with it all. They're doing a fantastic job, and we're so grateful to all that they're doing. Be patient, but turn the computer off, turn it back on, and you should be able to get back there and pay. Thank you so much for doing this.
Okay.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, very good. So you had
That
it
was
from
rude.
three noodleheads. But let me tell you something. Why we're telling you this?
Okay.
Because I know we also
Why?
have pendings, and I want to bring it up and get it out of the way. Now, a lot of the issues were with pendings. So if you did purchase a pending from myself, Marty DeGarmo, Red Redfern, Julie Wen, Peter Shore, who else didn't I say?
A bunch of yous.
All right. Try it. Oh boy, go ahead.
Put it up to the mic so they can hear me.
It's up to the mic.
Worst stream ever, Chris.
Hey, I have the best pendings in the world. We all got the best pendings. Every pending is worth millions of dollars as far as I'm concerned. Don't listen to Marty DeGarmo.
Okay.
If you don't know, I invented a passivation. I'm the one that gave him the name. I created it, and he didn't even know me then. No, that's a joke. Marty did that, but I knew that would sting him a little bit. But yeah, guys, guess what? It is. I
love how he jokes with everyone, and then he explains his joke to everyone. It's great fun. He's also like screaming at us the entire fucking time here.
The issue has been solved. So reboot your computer.
He's screaming at us, and then we can't hear the people on the phone.
Like we said, let your teams know, get it out there, because they might have bought pendings from you or having the same issue. Let's get these in and done. It's Halloween. Happy Halloween, number one.
Woo!
I don't know what's going on today, but I know that I'll be handing out candy. What, Marty? Go ahead. What do you got? I don't.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, there's something going on at 3:00.
Alp says, oh, wow. Marty thought of taking a word and putting nation on the end. Wow. That's like chillax all over again. I know, right? Right?
Oh.
Don't tell them, Joe.
Let's see. Michael Williams and I don't know what time is that, 3? Michael and Julie Wen's doing something at 3.
Oh, here we
Check
go.
the back office. I think it might be a Q&A. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's get into something.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I forgot. Thank you. So I took Red Spot today. You can hear him on the phone. Marty is going to go on at noon. Red and what's your wife's name again? Red and Jane.
How's that funny?
Jane. Don't get mad at me. Red and Jane, Fun Day Monday is going to be after Marty. Not. We don't have a time yet, right? Right, Red?
Yeah, it's 1 a.m.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Yeah.
See, look, it's like they have a live stream webinar thing they got to go to at 10 a.m., then at noon, and then at 1, then at 2, then at 5, then at 7, then late at night, and then there's one tonight at 1 in the morning, they'll say. It's redonkulous.
Marty Ash just texted, by the way. So anyway,
Ash just texted.
Red and Jane are going to come on at 1 o'clock. They had a time change. That's why they're doing it this late. So after a week,
whatever. Well, we do.
We have our time change. Just to let you know. So make sure you check out Red and Jane at 1, Marty at 12. And I really have no idea what's going on with today. But Red, it's been a long evening for all of us. So get nothing out of me. Hey, Red. Hey, oh, by the way, I want everyone to know, are you guys enjoying my Redford pictures? There's more to come. Once I get done, by the time I get done tearing Red up, he's probably going to actually have hair. And I'm going after Marty the Gumbo.
The Gumbo! I like that one. I'll have to use it.
Yes. I think I improved your appearance myself.
Maybe.
So he doesn't because he's in the UK. He didn't even know who Captain Kangaroo was. Are you kidding me?
He didn't even know who Captain Kangaroo was. Are you guys kidding me? He didn't even know Captain Kangaroo. What a jerk off. Who let the hounds out? My voice is still gone. I know that I could do better. I could do better, but my voice is still a little messed up. Still a little messed up. So before we go into our commercial break, and I probably go off camera because it's starting to get too dark now here for me to be on camera. The light is starting to hurt my eyes. The wig is starting to get itchy. I love you all, but this was fun. This was fun. But before that, and don't worry, we're still reacting to stuff after. I thought we would play a fun little game. And this game is actually brought to us by On Passive. It is called Halloween Would You Rather Fun Game O-Net on Passive Ecosystem. They had to get it all in there, I guess. So let's have some fun. It's Would You Rather. Ooh, spooky. Stay home and give out candy or go out and receive candy. Which one would you rather? Which one would you rather? I would rather go out and receive candy. I like going out trick-or-treating with my daughter. If I didn't have my daughter, then I would say stay home. But it's great fun as a mom to go out and watch her get all the candy, So would you rather stay home and give out candy or go out and receive candy? Alb says, get candy. Angel says, give out, give out. Stay at home and give out, says Sam. And Joe agrees. Eat the kids' candy. No, Joe, buy your own candy to eat. And then you buy them worse candy, the cheaper stuff to get us out. How about be a Halloween Scrooge and just stay home and turn out all the lights so it looks like no one is home? This is what I actually do. When I was growing up, my house was located on a road called Newburgh Road. It was just kind of like this country road right next to a farm. So we were lucky if we got like 2 people come to the door. I don't know what it's like to not want people to come, because whenever I was in a house, I loved giving out candy for Halloween. And when I was growing up, we were just so grateful that like 2 people would stop by every year. It'd be like, yay, somebody actually came. So I don't know what it's like to be like, I want to turn off all the lights, But I think that counts. You do that already? Good job. So would you rather explore a corn maze or a haunted house? Is it a haunted corn maze or is it just a normal corn maze? Listen, if it's a normal corn maze, then the haunted house, especially for Halloween, duh. But if it's a haunted corn maze, I don't know, something's scarier about those. As long as they're done well, they can be really quite scary. Because you have no clue where you're going. So you have the whole, I don't know what way to go, and I'm lost in a fucking maze, along with the fear of people popping out at you or grabbing at you or chasing you. Whereas with a haunted house, most of the ones I go through, they're like, here, go down this very specific path, and then we'll have freaky stuff happen. And it's more put on, I find. So I've gone to a couple. They used to have a really good haunted corn maze near where I grew up as well. And that one was fucking fantastic. They put a lot of work into that. And then we had another woman that used to deck her place out as almost like a haunted house, but more just like a haunted foyer. So she would make you come into the house and go to the back of the room to get the candy out of a bucket. And then on your way there, you had things pop out at you or grab at you. And then she was dressed like a witch and she would come out all hunched and stuff. It was crazy. And we used to love that house. So that was also fun. Nev says he would rather do the haunted house. The corn maze, Jelly Snack says. Joe says the haunted house. Angel says a haunted house, but I prefer a haunted corn maze. Mm-hmm. Is it a haunted cornhole or a normal cornhole? It's a haunted cornholio. What were we talking about again? Halloween house. Would you rather have vampire teeth or a witch's mole on your nose? Whoa, you went a little fast for me there. So would you rather have vampire teeth or a witch's mole on your nose? My nose is ugly enough. Okay, see it? My nose is ugly enough. I don't think I need a mole on it to make it more ugly. So I will say vampire teeth, because I think that's something that I could hide. But then I would want to know, do I have to drink blood with that? I don't know if I could do that, See, this is why these games are bad for me. I'm like, wait, I have some more questions about this. Can I ask some questions? Do I have to drink blood if I go with the vampire teeth? How big is the witch's mole? And people are like, Jesus Christ, Queen, just fucking pick one. That's how the game goes. And I'm like, well, I don't know unless I have the answer to these other 50 questions about it. Vampire teeth. Vampire teeth. Mole, those can get removed. See, Joe's thinking here. Joe's like, I'll go in the med bed. It'll take it right off. Right? But I guess you can't really have your teeth shaved down. I don't recommend it. Remember that TikTok trend? Yeah, don't do that. A witch's mole on my ass. All right, Alps? Sherry says we had a haunted house thing in our church basement one year back in the early 70s. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Your grandma had a mole on her nose? Aw. Violet says, be an asshole and give the kids rice cakes and carrot sticks. It's absolutely what I would never do. Not a Karen. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do apples either. They'll go through your window. So most of you guys said teeth. I'm going with the teeth because, like I said, my nose is ugly enough. A skin tag in the ear and 108 million. Would you rather have a homemade costume or a store-bought costume? Would you rather have a homemade or a store-bought? I'm a cheap bitch. I've always made costumes since I was probably a young child. So I like homemade costumes because then you can do the whole thing up yourself, right? Like I got to pick what hair I wanted to wear. I got to pick the makeup. All that stuff goes separately, you know? And the outfit I'm wearing when I go out with the kiddo. That way I get to it's like build a costume. You know, I like that. Homemade. My husband is great at sewing. That's awesome. Homemade costume. I wish my husband was great at sewing. Homemade, I'm cheap, right? If it's store-bought, then you literally have to buy it, and it could be $500. All right? And be careful going to Spirit Halloween. You always had store-bought. I did when I was really little, but then once I got to be about 9, 10, after that, my parents were like, you're going to have to make a costume if you want to go ahead. Homemade always looked better than store-bought anyways, in my opinion. Store. Violet's like, I don't have time. I don't have time. Just quilts. Would you rather have to eat fish eyeballs or have to eat a frog? I would rather have to eat a frog. That's a delicacy. Frog legs are a delicacy in lots of places. So I think I would rather eat a frog. Fish eyeballs, that doesn't sound too great. You know, I don't think that would be very, very yummy. I would probably eat a frog, although I love frogs. Joe says, I'll starve. I'll just go without dinner tonight. I love frogs, but if in terms of if I had to eat one, over fish eyeballs, I think I would choose the frog. Why are you guys choosing fish eyeballs? Fish eyeballs. Fish eyeballs. Fish eyeballs are smaller. You could probably do it in one gulp. Fair. All right, if that's why, fair. Fair. Frog's going to take a few bites. It will. Are they a part of the carnivore diet? The frogs should be. The fish eyeballs, I think it depends on who you ask. Because some people in the carnivore diet don't do the fish thing. That's not meat enough for them. So if they were the ones that liked the fish, then they'd probably include it. Fish eyeballs might feel like caviar. Yeah. I don't know if I would be able to get over the fact that I'm eating eyeballs. Could put the fish eyeballs on a cracker and it would be okay. Frogs are just too cute. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't want to. I'd cry the whole time. All right, maybe the fish eyeballs is better. Maybe you guys have convinced me. Would you rather dress up like a ghost or dress up like an athlete? The fuck am I going to dress up? I'm going to dress up like a ghost. It's Halloween. It's Halloween. I want to be something spooky. All right. I want to be something spooky. Dress up like an athlete. That's also very cold here. Because to dress up like an athlete, you would have to have on like some kind of jersey. I mean, I guess if you were dressed up as like a hockey player or a footballer, you could put all the pads on, have some insulation. But here, by the time it's Halloween, it's quite chilly out, you know? So we're usually wearing like long sleeves and maybe even a coat underneath the costume. You got to buy the costumes if you're buying them 5 sizes bigger than normal. So I don't know. I don't know. An athlete wouldn't work. It would be like a jersey shorts. Yeah, no, you're going to be too cold. Like, sure, you could wear pants under the shorts and a long sleeve shirt under the jersey. But at least if you dress up like a ghost, right? Okay. There's a lot of options for that, right? There's all different types of ghosts. It can be any kind you want, right? So it's almost like two costumes in one. Like you can be the bride ghost, very popular ghost. There's like some folklore tale or something that has to do with the weeping woman. All right, the woman that weeps because her man didn't meet up with her to get married. So she committed suicide, unaliving of herself. That's usually a ghost story told around the campfire. Unless you're watching this right now and you're like, Queen, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. I think you just made that up. But yeah, you know, you can dress up like that. Or if it is really cold out, you can just kind of like throw a sheet over you while you're all bundled up underneath. And it would be quite comfy, you know? It'd be quite comfy. You'd be all nice and warm. It'd be so much fun. Ghost. Joe says ghost. Angel says it's a ghost because it's way more fun. I think so. Elves is like, I dress up like a lazy athlete every day. Ghost every time, Violet says. Sherry says an invisible ghost. That would be fun. An athlete, you could dress up as the Turkish Olympic guy. Super low effort. If you're in a place where it's summer at all times, then it could work for you. And it would probably be easier. Being in MN, it's too cold to dress up like an athlete unless it's hockey. Yeah. Hockey, maybe football, but hockey's really your best bet. Ghost is definitely more fun. Not all trick-or-treating takes place in Canada. Shut up, Al. A sheet was good enough for ET. That's true. That's true. Would you rather be chased by a werewolf? Oh, that's a hard one. Would you rather be chased by a zombie or a werewolf? I think a zombie. A zombie. I'm going to guess that a werewolf could probably outrun me. I'm not that much of a runner. But zombies, they're usually all slow and stuff, right? They're like, come get you. So I feel like I could outrun that. I could probably outrun a zombie, but not a werewolf. You know? Unless it's not a full moon. Is it a full moon? Is it a full moon? Well, we've got to assume it's a full moon. Right? You know? A zombie, Sherry says. Angel says a zombie unless it's one of the rage speed zombies. Then I choose werewolf. See, you also have more questions. I'm like, but wait, what kind of zombie is it? Does he run fast? Is it a full moon? Or would I be safe with a werewolf? You could ask a zombie what it's like to die. A zombie would be good for conversation, probably better than a werewolf. I just think that I would rather be running away from a zombie. I'm going to assume it's a slow one. We'll assume it's slow. Would you rather go trick-or-treating or Halloween party? Would you rather go trick-or-treating or go to a Halloween party? I would rather go to a Halloween party. I love going trick-or-treating with my family. But, you know, if I didn't have my daughter and it was just like me and my husband and it was like, which one do you want to do? I would pick the Halloween party. Angel also picks the Halloween party. Trick-or-treating, Sherry picks, or truck-or-treating. She wants to go truck-or-treating. That must be some southerner thing. Truck-or-treating. Truck-or-treating, that would be kind of funny if it was truck-or-treating. So you ring the doorbell instead of trick-or-treat, you go truck-or-treat. And then, you either get a treat or you better get trucking. Trick-or-treating unless it's a LAN party. I'd rather watch a scary movie or read a scary book. Oh, that's kind of a hard one. That one might be a tie for me. See, I love reading scary books because I get more immersed in the story, but it can take me a very long time to read books at times. Like, a book can take me anywhere from one day, depending on how long it is, to like a month or so to read. So I think I would have to go with scary movie. Just because, like, if I'm in the mood to be scared, I kind of want to be scared, like, right then. Have the whole experience, and then have it over with. Does that make sense? Angel says scary movie. Nev says scary movie. Joe goes with scary book. And Sherry says scary movie. The gorier, the better. Like the Saw series. I really like the Saw series until like the last couple. And then I felt like they lost it. The first few were very, very good though, for sure. Explore a core maze or a haunted house. We already did that one. Oh, are we just redoing them now? No, that's a new one. Okay, so would you rather, would you rather decorate one giant pumpkin or 10 tiny pumpkins? And I think I am going to go with one giant pumpkin because that would just be fun. Nev says, my mom and I love watching horror movies and yelling at the people when they do dumb stuff. Don't go up the damn stairs! Why are you going upstairs when you should be leaving the damn house? What are you doing? No, you're black. Get out of there. That's where the killer is. You're going to die first. Like that. I do that too sometimes when I watch the movies. My husband's like, can you stop fucking talking throughout the whole fucking movie, please? Scary webinar. No, don't go into the spooky basement. Yeah, like, it's really spooky. Should we go down? And you're just sitting there like, no, don't go. Just shut the door and walk away. Fuck, put a lock on it. Nail it shut. Like, let's not. And they're like, I think we should go check it out all by ourselves with only this little flashlight that hasn't had batteries replaced in it for several months. And you're like, damn it, these are the dumbest people ever. If this was me, I'd be safe. I'd be out. Ash needs to have a jigsaw game. Could you imagine? I want to play a game. You have stolen over $108 million from vulnerable people and pocketed the money. You have also owed your employees wages. There is a key located behind your eye socket. You must get the key out and unlock your foot from being chained. In order to escape, you must reach down into Marty DeGarmo's chair and find the other key. Both keys will help you with the door. The game starts now. That would be fun. I like it. I might pitch it to Netflix. I always keep a bucket of trick treats by the shed in the yard. Some people these days are just putting like a bucket out. And that's great when you just have a bucket and it's like, please take one. Except most of the time people don't just take one. So it lasts for like maybe 2 people if you're lucky. And then some kid comes along like, you're just taking the whole fucking thing. Angel says, 1 giant pumpkin. Sherry also agrees. And so does Baron. I don't waste money on pumpkins. We usually do pumpkin just so that the kiddo can have fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother now that we're living in an apartment. There's no point. Giant pumpkin, probably. Giant pumpkin. You would carve it into Marty. That would be horrifying. The kids might not knock on your door then. I'm just saying. Marty is 1 giant pumpkin. He is. I'd rather die. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh no. Yay, the end. Go Ned. 1 passive ecosystem. We did a great job playing the game. Yay. Yay. We played a game. Yay. And although I do look rather creepy like this, yes, I do. I must say it's getting a little bit dark here and the light is in my eyes, so I'm very sorry. I love you all. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed my costume. This is what I'm going out as. I'll see you all soon. We're going to have to start off like this from now on tonight. I got to turn this light off. And if I turn it off, I am completely in the dark. Watch. I will show you. So we're not doing that. But we will be right back. Yes, we will. It is time for our commercial break. And when we return, we're going to be hearing from Love Has Won Aurora. We're going to be hearing from Bob Larson. And we're going to be doing some other fun things. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And now a moment to hear a message from our sponsors. Today's live stream is sponsored by...
Do you have a berserker demon? You may think that's a strange question, but I've dealt with berserker demons. What's a berserker? The word describes ancient Nordic warriors who fought with uncontrollable rage. This is where we get the expression, he was so angry, he went berserk. In the days of Vikings, berserkers would enter a trance before battle to get supernatural strength. They fought with a frenzy. Sound like someone you know? As we say, they lose it. Explosive anger can come from frustration, feeling disrespected, trauma, mental and hormonal issues, and drugs, but uncontrollable rage can be demonic. As an exorcist, I've dealt with berserker demons. If you've got one, you'll need more than anger management therapy. You may need an exorcism of a berserker demon of anger. That's inhuman. I'm here to help at boblarson.org.
And now, a word with Linda Evans.
Doctor, please, go on. Tell us about the mask. Ah, yes, the Rejuvenique mask is what you're referring to. My latest invention, some marvelous piece of technology, you see. When my patients put on the mask, it's going to tighten and tone the face through electrical currents. It's going to make you look young and fresh and beautiful. And before you know it, your beautiful side will come right out and it will haunt people's dreams. You know, it's almost as beautiful as it is terrifying, you see. It's almost a little bit scary how much people have taken a liking to it. They go out in the woods and do God knows what with each other. Now, the whole device works off some sort of shock therapy or something or other. It's got a little node there. You can crank it up to as hard as you like it, whether you like it real hard right there on your face or you like a nice little soft massage. You can do whatever you prefer.
Now, doctor, what about all those murderous side effects we've all heard about?
Ah, yes, the murderous side effects. You know what? Don't even listen to that right now because you'll be looking so young it won't even matter. Once those little electrical things start coming out and just coming down on your face, it won't even matter. Okay, yes, some people have gotten stabbed a couple times, but what's wrong with that? You'll be looking so gorgeous. Okay, yeah. One time someone got their face punched right off their shoulders, but you know what? They looked beautiful when it happened. And that's all that matters in this world. Okay, yes, other cases involved getting hit in the head with a hammer. Someone got chopped. Someone got poked with a pitchfork. Someone got shot in the eye with an arrow. Someone got their throat slit. Someone got stabbed repeatedly. Someone got stabbed upside down and they fell. Someone got stabbed right in the chest and then right down the middle from there. You know what? And people are so ignorant these days, they don't read the fine print. In the fine print, it says, do not eat a banana because it enrages those wearing the mask. There she was, just eating in the woods, heard some footsteps, one thing led to another. Her fault, her banana turned into a banana split. Such a waste of a banana, really. Other minor cases involved a death grip to the head. Someone got stabbed. Someone got thrown through a big gaping window. She shouldn't have been standing there. Happened 2 times, actually. Just stupid shit, man. Someone got the head turned around. Someone got poked with a harpoon. Someone wasn't rocking out hard enough. Someone got burned with hot coals right in the chest. A woman was raped by a tree, and a man was thrown into electricals. Someone got their face bashed right into that pipe, and someone got the big old vat of goo. But you know what? None of those side effects truly, really even matter, because you'll be looking so stunning, so fabulous, really. Everybody will just be, you'll be a head turner. Everybody will be doing double takes. You'll have skin that people will die for.
Are you not like the other guys? Maybe you're too scared to buy condoms at the store. Or maybe you're not like the other guys in another way. You know, because of your size? This Halloween, don't be too scared so you go without. Get Tiny Digger condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. You can get them discreetly, delivered right to your door, with no embarrassing moments. Don't let your girl turn into a monster because you forgot to wrap your dinger. Then you won't have to cut a bitch. Put a pip in your step. Ensure your Halloween goes smoothly this year with Tiny Digger condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Located at Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, your local CVS pharmacy, independent grocers, Walmart, Target, Chad's R Us, and in your favorite streamer's nightstand. Don't give yourself that scare and show up for Halloween prepared. Get Tiny Digger condoms today. Are you going trick-or-treating? Walking around in those shoes can get your feet smelly, and her feet smelly too. Before you take off those costumes and end up in the bedroom, try Fantasia Foot Fetish Spray. Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. No more smelly feet after you trick-or-treat. Now you can enjoy her feet like every other night, even after all that walking around and getting sweaty, Betty. Hey. Located at all the same locations as Tiny Digger condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Get Fantasia Foot Fetish Spray. On sale now until November 2nd. Use code FEETTREAT for 20% off at checkout. Join our email list to receive a coupon for in-store purchase. Details are not down below.
Jack, it's freaking Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Do you have a large badonkadonk? Are you heavy in your trunk? Do you act up like a baby and run a business that's shady? Well, now introducing Giant Ass Adult Diapers. Brought to you by a completely different company that we did not at all vet. Make sure you get your Giant Ass Adult Diapers today. It carries large loads, good enough to keep you from those crazy bathroom runs due to you being on the carnivore diet, so you don't have to take breaks during your Halloween festivities. Or while you're sitting in your chair attending webinars 20 hours a day. Now with expandable waistbands, you can be up to 500 pounds, and they can carry your load. Probably better than you can. Get Giant Ass Adult Diapers. Only available online. The link will not be listed down below.
You can scare the bejeebies out of your friends by calling to talk to Freddy on Halloween. Dial 1-900-909-FRED.
$2 for the first minute, 35 cents each additional minute. So really it will cost you thousands of dollars. Good luck to you telling your mom about that.
Toys R Us has everything you need for Halloween, even if you hate your pets. No cats were harmed in the making of this advert. Toys R Us doesn't miss a trick this year. In fact, your mom will be so excited to shoo you out the door with this stranger dressed as a gorilla to have you doing tricks all night long. Look at that!
Yay! Bye, kids! I'm free now to be a witch!
Make sure you get all your tricks and treats at Toys R Us now. Be sure to check out their brother company, Chad's R Us.
This morning, Billy looked like any other boy.
Then Billy turned into this ugly monster freak.
He used this makeup kit, and now you can too. You just move the kit in front of your face, and it'll have you and your friends looking a disgrace. Dress up as a clown to go see Grandma and give her a heart attack this Halloween. Remember, Billy was once a normal boy, and now he's a freak the government is trying to catch to do testing on. Be a freak like Billy and his friends this Halloween. Just be careful of the government. Get this makeup kit now! Thank you for listening to a message from today's sponsors. Now, back to our regular programming. Yes, now back to our regular programming. We are going to be hearing some experts from Aurora here from Love Has Won, the Cult. It is now continuing, being called 5D Full Disclosure, and there is another sect of it called Joy Reigns that is run by Jason Castillo. Right now, Aurora and Hope are running 5D Full Disclosure, and this is 20 minutes of the October First Waivers Report, Reaping the Harvest. Let's hear what she has to say about October.
Happy October, everybody. This is the First Waivers Report for October. So as I had shared for last month, right, that we have entered the harvest portal, okay? And so my feeling on this was that the harvest portal, right, started on September 1st when Pluto re-entered the 29th degree of Capricorn.
Sure.
And that, so basically these last 2.5, almost 3 months that Pluto would be back at that 29th degree, this would be the harvest, right? Because Pluto is finishing his 16-year cycle in Capricorn. So that's why we talked a lot about, the areas of your chart that Capricorn rules. For those of you that have major Capricorn placements like I do, it's important to look at those areas and those placements because this is where we're closing out a cycle, okay? This is where we could anticipate the harvest. And as I explained, there are many different types of harvest. The harvest, well, first, let me backtrack just a minute before I get into that, because that's really the theme of October. But so the harvest portal began on September 1st. And this was going to take us into these
She is one that does the scammer's throat clear quite often.
So September was phase 1. And that was the karmic closure portion, right?
Now remember, everything that Aurora and the cult are doing, they still believe in Mother God. So everything that they're doing is in preparation for a spaceship being driven by Robin Williams to come from the heavens with Mother God and pick them all up so that they can start their afterlives out in space. So all of this is to lead up to doing that. Joe says, harvest your soul. Give it to the cult today.
The idea with September was we cannot truly receive our harvest, which can either be lessons or blessings, okay, unless we first close out karmic cycles, right? So in a way, September was almost like the final revealing and releasing.
All right.
And we saw a lot that got revealed in September, whether that was.
Yeah, the whole thing about the fall is a lot of people treat it as like a new start.
In global news, disclosure, that full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces that we had on September 17th was a huge turning point because that eclipse was actually giving us the prequel or as I was saying, the trailer to the movie that is 2025. Because in January, we're going to have the North Node enter Pisces and the South Node enter Virgo. And so we will enter eclipses in both Pisces and Virgo. So that full moon lunar eclipse.
I'm telling you, stay away from these bitches that do horoscopes.
Was like the prequel. We got to see like this is kind of the trailer to the movie that we're about to enter. And there was a lot of revealing, a lot of revelations during that time. So we saw that with like Diddy's arrest, right?
Whoa!
That was one revelation, revealing of sorts. We've also seen.
Wait, hold on, Aurora. Diddy's arrest for harming tons of people with lots of lube was a revealing that would somehow help everyone get reborn for the fall? That's a weird way to think about SA. But okay.
So much
I guess.
more to light, right? So we did a lot of releasing in September. We specifically focused, like in our Eclipse Detox seminar, was about quite literally purging and detoxing the body,
Okay.
the emotional body, the mental body, and the physical space, right?
What's funny about this is a lot of the stuff that Aurora says during these, they're so general, right? It's very much like the horoscopes. It's a very general, like, oh, well, now that the fall is here, you are having some discoveries and you're releasing negative emotions. You're ready to take in positivity and you're a first waver. So you're going to grow as a person to get ready for the Galactic Federation of Light and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, anyone could hear this and be like, oh my God, yeah, I'm totally going through that. Because most people that are like living life, learning and growing can attribute this to something. Like they can be like, oh yeah, I did have a realization in September. It wasn't the Diddy one, but I did realize something. Like I'm sure every single person here in my chat can think back to September and think of something that they found out or realized or even had their own aha moment. You know, like it's just so general. And then they use these general things to be like, yeah, that's your calling. You should join this cult. You're getting ready for the Galactics. And I hate it. I hate it all.
We were basically tying up loose ends. Okay. So whatever we
Like,
couldn't
who's
see
loose ends?
clearly before, like maybe we needed some perspective.
It's like the whole thing is that we have to become perfect beings before we're going to be accepted by Mother God. It's like, I'm sorry, but have you seen Amy Carlson? The girl that was mummified? Yeah, like, she's not really the type of person that I would want to be or look up to. And she herself was very, very far from a perfect person or even a godly figure, if you will. All right. Anyone who's Christian would take huge offense to Amy Carlson calling herself a god. They would be like, that is not at all how a god would act. Okay. She used to get high off her ass on shrooms and be drunk on live stream and scream and yell at people. She was extremely abusive to everyone in the cult. Like, she's just not really like the type of person that I think, I should really prepare myself and like get myself to a perfect state so that I'm good enough for her. You know?
Perspective is going to be a big topic moving forward because Pisces and its ruler Neptune is really all about perspective.
Okay.
That we can really easily shift frequencies and we can totally shift reality based on our perception and our perspective of things. And Pisces,
that is inherently true, right? Like if you have a more positive mindset, then you're going to probably have a more positive experience. So it's like they take something that's inherently true and then they expand on it and turn it into madness.
Basically relates to the highest perspective. It's the total zoomed out perspective of kind of seeing everything through source's eyes, through source's lens, right? Which is above duality. So it's the art.
And again, source is Mother God, Amy Carlson.
Being able to see the higher meaning of things.
Sorry, guys, my
right?
husband's
And this
cooking
is
our food, so the fire alarm keeps going off again.
how we kind of transcend suffering, which was a
It's the
huge
microwave.
part of the Piscean era, the 27,000 year age of Pisces, which was the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness, right? Was quite literally about that. It was
The
about
age of
suffering
darkness.
in many ways, but we are starting to
Wait, are we in the age of darkness again?
realize as we close out the Piscean
What?
age and we're coming into this nodal axis, is our perspective.
Oh, yeah.
And to start seeing things above the lens of duality and to start seeing things from more of a energetic and spiritual perspective, which is that at the end of the day, all things serve the light. And so I think that that was really helpful for us in September because
Serve
it
the
allowed us to
light?
gain a lot of like closure of this past 16-year cycle. We were able to kind of see things for what they were and be able to say, I understand now why that had to happen, why I had to go through those circumstances or that event. I understand that everybody who has, hurt me or betrayed me or, whatever was playing a role ultimately for my own awakening. So it was a lot about perspective gaining, a lot about clearing and cleansing.
I don't understand the whole you have to suffer in order to learn something. You have to go through hell in order to learn enough to be good enough for this God. And then it's Amy Carlson.
And a lot of just revealing, right? So September was a bit of a intense month because of those things. And I think we were also getting a lot of
It's like cooking
revelations
food, Albs.
within ourselves, right? Like one of the main themes that I had been, noticing within myself and others is that we tend to hit the same lesson over and over. We tend to repeat loops over, whether it's a mental loop, an emotional loop, whether it's a physical loop. Like we tend to keep manifesting the same experience over and over and over. And it was ultimately like this revealing of this is where you're just stuck in a loop.
That's like everyone though. Like everyone kind of does that. Everyone has certain loops, habits, behaviors that they do. And they might have to go through the same lesson a few times before they're taught it, I don't know if that has anything to do with any kind of great awakening in our universe. I don't know.
And in order to exit the loop, like I said, it is perspective shifting. Now, in terms of
physical, you have to shift your perspective. It's okay, if you have certain behaviors that are self-destructive, right? You're going to find yourself in a pattern of constantly self-destructing, getting in your own way, being your own worst enemy. So then you have to change those behaviors and your attitude in order to stop that from continually happening to you. That's just a part of life. That's what we all are doing constantly. We're all living life, going through lives. We all have behaviors, patterns, etc. And eventually you go, this isn't working. I got to try another way. And then you fix it, and then you're not self-destructive anymore. Maybe you go seek some therapy. But please do go seek therapy and try everything else before you decide to join the Love Has Won 5D full disclosure cult.
Right? Having the same experience over and over. Usually that does require a change in patterns and behaviors. That requires actual decisions. Physical changes, right? With emotional and mental loops, though, those are a little bit more about perspective. So September was a wild month. Obviously globally, in terms of global events, we witnessed a lot. The weather anomalies. I talked a little bit about that in my last updates
Too
on Telegram,
soon.
but the weather anomalies will
I think it's
continue.
really weird to think that the weather is like a punishment from a greater power. Like, hey, if that's your god, and then they're trying to punch people with hurricanes and killing people, then that's not a god I want to worship.
Continue. And again, I would really like to encourage everybody to start really leaning into the Piscean energy, which, as I
The
said,
fuck
is
does that mean?
gaining a higher perspective, being able to see things beyond the lens of duality, and understanding that everything that occurs is very multidimensional. And then from 2017 to early 2020, we had the North Node in Leo and the South Node in Aquarius. Okay. And that is going to be the nodal axis that we enter in 2026. So I found that all super fascinating. Again, I don't know exactly how it's going to affect us, but I feel it's significant. So let's dive into October now, right?
What?
Okay, so the theme of October is phase 2 of the
I love how she's just like, yeah, so that's what's going on with all the planets. And I'm not really sure how it's gonna affect us, but moving on.
harvest portal, which is the receiving of the harvest. Okay. Now, receiving of the harvest, as I've talked about, there are 2 ways to receive a harvest. The idea of a harvest, right? If we just think about, right, bring it back to basics. When we think about growing food, planting, right? Planting season, harvest season, you reap what you sow. It's really quite simple.
No, like planting season isn't the same as harvest season, sweetie. Planting's when you plant the seeds. Harvest is when you go and you pick what's growing. What?
And that's a big reason why harvest season falls during Libra season.
Are you kidding me,
Shout
though?
out to all my fellow
The
Libras.
big lesson for October is you reap what you sow. Lord.
Because Libra is the scales. The whole motto of Libra is quite literally, you get what you give. And I know
Okay.
that all Libra placements understand that deeply. Everything is an exchange. Everything must be an equal energy exchange. You cannot receive what you haven't given, and you cannot reap what you haven't sown. So it's this idea of the balancing of the scales. It is like, this is where you get the the manifestation or the reflection of what you've sown, what you've given, and what you have embodied. That is the true nature of equal energy exchange.
Really,
right?
Aurora?
Because yes, you can plant seeds, meaning you can put out intentions, and you can, have goals and things like that you're striving towards and working towards. And you can also be giving, right, to others as well. But if you are embodying low frequencies, you can't ultimately reap the harvest. Like, it's got to have those 3 factors. It's what you've sown, it's what you've given, and it's what you've embodied. And that is what we're going to see.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
It is the reaping of the harvest. And so it's exciting in the sense that this isn't a scary kind of thing. This is just, energy is neutral. Everything is neutral. So people will receive blessings for the things that they have worked on.
I feel like every month Aurora comes out here, honestly, and does the same speech, but with different words. What I've sown, yeah, what you've sown.
Transformed, what you've accomplished physically, energetically, the cycles we're completing, right, with Capricorn. So
Were
there's a lot
they?
of harvest to be reaped. There's a lot of blessings to be received, I think, for everybody.
Okay.
And then there's also lessons.
Cough, cough.
And those who are going to reap more of the lessons are going to be those that they just didn't learn. They didn't learn the lesson. They didn't.
Those jerks.
They didn't get it. They didn't understand the assignment, right? So we're going to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
All over the place. And also, I want to say that don't have any attachments to what the blessings look like, because that's also a way to block it. Like sometimes there are blessings in disguise, right? Sometimes there are things that seem like lessons and they actually are blessings. So
That just sounds like
just take
you like setting up to be able to manipulate me later on with my experiences. You want me to be honest with you, Aurora?
that for what it's worth, of just don't have any expectations about it. But this is going to be a very critical month. Now,
Yeah, no
starting
expectation.
out the month hot, and now the 1010 portal is going to be the date that we host this month's light body maintenance seminar. So for those of you who have been doing the light body maintenance work with us, again, we're carrying this through to the end of the year. And this particular maintenance seminar is where our goal is to stabilize at 95%. This is the level that is required for some functions of the light body to be able to turn on. Okay.
Yeah, sure it is.
So firstly, we're going to be focusing on opening up fully the receiving centers of the body, which are the heart and the sacral. So we're going to be really focusing on those two areas, opening up the heart fully, opening up the sacral fully, because these are the areas where we give and receive. So clearing those to make sure that we are freely able to kind of have this natural giving and receiving in preparation for the harvest. And again, we're going to be focusing also on talking about the equal energy exchange paradigm, which is part of the New Earth paradigm. It coincides with the Libra archetype. And again, those two chakra centers, the heart and the sacral, basically to be anchored into the equal energy exchange paradigm, which is what New Earth will function off of. This also ties into what people
says you though.
Talk about the QFS or like Nasara, as I've always been adamant about saying. The QFS is a completely frequency-based system. There's nothing physical about it. So the QFS will be what we operate on in New Earth, which is based on the equal energy exchange paradigm.
Oh yeah, and okay, that makes sense. It wouldn't be physical then, because see, they believe they're kind of like a few different cults mixed in together, and like it's like if you took Heaven's Gate, mixed it in with some Scientology, like it's a lot. But they believe that once they ascend up, then they shed their bodies. So it's really just their spirit, right? That is going to ascend up to this place with Robin Williams driving a spaceship with Mother God on board, probably drunk. And so it would make sense that it would be more of a spiritual thing that they would be focused on, and it wouldn't have anything to do with your body, because why do you have to get your body that ready? I guess, right?
You get what you give.
Get what you get.
That is exactly how it's going to work.
And a 40-minute webinar to tell us you get what you give.
So frequency based in terms of
Lord,
you can only receive as much abundance as you can embody frequency wise.
What?
Also the QFS
and like, how do you know how much you can embody frequency wise? How am I supposed to accept all these frequencies and get myself perfect for Mother God and the spaceship driven by Robin Williams if I don't even know how much frequencies I can take? Is this like shock therapy?
Intelligent, so it has to do with you're not going to receive more than you need. That's also part of the energetic kind of contract there, things like that. So this is really in preparation for 2025. Because we're going to be talking a lot about 2025 probably in like November, December, because that is where the paradigm really starts shifting. We have all the outer planets shifting.
No, you don't know about this one, Alps. Love this one. Interesting cult, Amy Carlson. For some reason, when Robin Williams was passed away for not that long, Amy decided that he was part of the Galactic Federation and that he was one of the people that ran it. And so for some reason, she decided that he was going to be coming in a spaceship with her to come pick all of these guys up when they shed their bodies to go and live with the Galactic Federation.
So it's going to be a very, very pivotal year.
He doesn't want to be
So in
involved.
preparation for that, we're going to start with the light body maintenance seminar, getting to that 95 stabilization, talking about the equal energy exchange paradigm system. So how the light bodies are going to give and receive and exchange in that system. And this will, again, also be able to turn on some of the functions of the light body that can't be activated until we reach that level of stabilization. So a lot of our...
And that's the thing. They have to reach a certain level of this stabilization before they will be accepted by the spaceship and into heaven, right?
Gifts and our like personal magic will be able to be activated when we hit that stabilization. So for those of you that would like to join that light body maintenance seminar for this month, that is
it
up on...
sort of is, Violet. Amy Carlson had over 10 father gods. The last one was Jason Castillo, who runs the Joy Rain sect of this with his new girlfriend now. Like, Amy basically... The cult was formed by another man, the very first original father god, and he kind of based it on like Heaven's Gate with some Scientology in there. Like it's basically like if you took all the cults and mixed them together, right? As many of them are, by the way. I mean, look at Jonestown. You know, like they all kind of borrow from each other, right? And so basically, she hooked up with him when he was starting to form the cult. The Love Has Won cult. It was called something else at that time. And so she became the first mother god, the first like woman that he had. So they kind of like formed their little mother, father, god thing. And then she broke up with him and she continued the cult on. And then she cycled through another like 10 to 12 men. And every single time that something would go wrong with the men and they would break up and she would like kick them out, she would just like replace them with a new one. Sometimes she even had like the new one lined up before the old one was gone. Like the guy that she was with before Jason, he knew Jason. Like Jason joined the cult when they were mother, father, god, and Jason went there to go live with them, and then he ended up becoming father god. So in a sense, it was kind of a sex cult for Amy Carlson. Now, a lot of people wonder if they all, like all the people that were living in the house, when she was found mummified, they're all living in that house together. A lot of people do think that they might have all bumped nasties at some point. They claim that they didn't really bump nasties, but there's some things that make you wonder, and think that they probably did. It was very much like a hippie compound in that house. So they did a lot of drugs. They took a lot of LSD. They took a lot of shrooms. They kept smoking weed all the time. They were drinking heavily, hardly sleeping. Like they were sleeping maybe 2 hours a night if they were lucky. So it was a madhouse. So a lot of people kind of wonder, but I think that it was very much a sex cult in the sense that Amy used her power in the cult to kind of like control these men. She would kind of like bring them into the cult, right? They were very Charles Manson about it. So they were like, come hang out with us. Look at like me and Hope and Aurora and our other two girls here. We're pretty women. We're very pretty women. And you can come live in a house with us. These very pretty women all under one roof. It'll be great fun. We just sing songs and like do shrooms and shit. Come hang out, right? We like rock music, you know? And then, like, once the guy kind of got there, she would sort of, like, if she liked him enough, and he was a decent-looking dude, which most of them were. Like, they weren't the ugliest looking dudes ever. Not the best looking either, I don't think. But, like, she'd kind of pick out the best looking of the group and then decide that one's going to be the next one. And she would kind of, like, groom them. And it would almost be like a slow process in some of these cases where they'd be told, like, oh, you have special powers. You have special powers. And then slowly it would be like, oh, did you know that you were actually Abraham Lincoln in your past lives? Yep. And then she would, like, kind of feed them with past lives that they would have had. And then eventually it would lead to, yeah, you're Father God. You're the new Father God. That other guy, we're going to get rid of him. I think it was kind of her plan, right? She just really wanted control over a group of people. And I mean, what's the best way for a woman to control a man? I'm just saying, she controlled their food and their sex life. So,
on the site if you want to RSVP. Now, the next important date for October is going to be the full moon in Aries, which is not an eclipse per se, even though, as I mentioned, it was kind of a weird glitch that we had last month where we should have had a full moon eclipse in Aries, a full moon lunar eclipse.
Amy Carlson was every single famous person you can think of. She was Cleopatra, Marilyn Monroe. Jason Castillo was allegedly John F. Kennedy. Like, it goes on and on. Like name someone. And she probably said that she was that person. I believe that there was even a time where she claimed that she was Hitler in a past life. Like, sometimes the genders would not always align either. Like, she'd be like, and I was Hitler. I was Cleopatra. And I was, like, some of them would be like Greek gods and stuff. You'd be like, I don't even know if some of these people existed. You know what I mean? Like just anyone she would claim she was. It was just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
We have not had one in this lunar cycle. It's a weird thing that occurred because in this last year and a half with the North Node in Aries and the South Node in Libra, we've had a ton of new moon solar eclipses in Aries. But not a full moon lunar eclipse in Aries, which I thought was really interesting. So this is a full moon. I don't know if we'll really get an eclipse per se.
Like, okay, so maybe they have had that full moon in the past, but, like, are they actually supposed to have a full moon? Or is she just deciding that there should have been one there and there wasn't? You know what I mean? Like, because I can't help but wonder, are you doing that to make it seem like you have some extra knowledge about the universe and how it works that, like, us normies don't have? That, like, someone like me watching this would be watching this and be like, wow, she even knows about the full moons that should have happened, that didn't happen. She must be so knowledgeable about our universe,
Say from
manipulative.
This will be conjunct Chiron in Aries. And as you guys might know, Chiron is about healing our internal wounds. And we've had Chiron in Aries since 2018. And so this has been a 6-year process for humanity of healing our wounds around the archetype of Aries, the master class. So the Galactics have shared that we are going to begin a new series of seminars at least through the end of the year and probably into 2025. And this will be the masterclass seminars. Now, I'll have more information
Aurora.
also in November because we are
What are you doing? She's like, the Galactics. The Galactics, they announced a seminar. Bitch, you're the one that runs the seminars. You and Hope run the seminars. Why are you acting like there's, like, this third party? Because there is. There is the Galactic Federation of Light. Hilarious, by the way. This is where they get their belief system from. It's so funny. If you ever want to look into some funny cult stuff, just to get a good laugh one day. Highly recommend looking at their social media, especially their Zitter account. They post on Twitter like several times a day. It's great fun. But they're not the ones that are making these webinars. Okay, that like, although yes, they're loosely attached to that because that's what their whole belief system basically comes from, that as well, right? Like sure, but the Galactic Federation of Light is not the ones putting on these webinar. 5D full disclosure is. And as you can see, they have other webinars that they're going to be putting on in this next following month. See, it says upcoming classes. Light body maintenance seminar. That's November 11th. It's a monthly light body maintenance seminar. All right. Here it is here. And it is $11.11 US. It has to be 11.11, right? Then this is the masterclass seminar, which is she's talking about their masterclass. So that's the one specifically that she's referring to here. Right? Is the masterclass one right here. That's November's masterclass. So here it is, November 18th. They're going to be doing it. And that is $33.33 every time you go. So every class is $33.33. Of course, it has to be 3333. Heaven forbid we have a different number in there. Hi, Mordecai. Good to see you. I'm waiting for her to meet extraterrestrial life, aka UFOs. It can be a cult hit. I mean, technically, that is what they believe. They believe that there is life out in space. Heaven is basically a planet out in space. And that Robin Williams and Mother God are going to show up in some kind of UFO space unit and pick them up and carry them off. Carry them off into the galactics. But yeah, this one is 3333. Excuse me. But as you can see, this isn't on the Galactic page. No. This is on the 5D Full Disclosure website. Like, they're the ones that put it on. Aurora's the one that speaks at this. So I don't know why she's acting like somebody else made the fucking appointment. She's all like, yeah, they said that we were doing another masterclass. Isn't that weird? In the meantime, they're the ones that run the website. They're the ones that book them. They're the ones that do the fucking classes. Like, sure thing, girl.
To doing some sort of working with people in a small group as well, like kind of having regular meetings with people who are interested in really like diving more into this work and really mastering it. But I'll get to that when the full download of that comes through. But for October, we were guided to host the first master class. And so basically the idea here is that many of you, as I've been saying, first waivers are stepping into an entirely new role. All first waivers are being called into a more advanced level of service. This can look very different from what you've
like joining the army,
or it can look similar, but it's going to be at a higher level. Basically, we need first waivers to move up. We need them to move up into higher, more advanced levels of service to humanity, to the divine plan. Because a lot of what is going to unfold is going to start being tumultuous, intense. It's going to be an all hands on deck situation very soon. So we want as many people who are not only guided to this, but are prepared to do this. So I would recommend that for those of you who are guided to participate in the master class and classes to come, is to make sure that
you make
you
money,
have done the proper preparation work for this type of learning, meaning that you know that you have been doing the ego death work. you have been doing the self-love work, you have been doing the transformational work, and the energetic work up until this
This is the same work that they're doing it on passive to get ready?
point. Like, I wouldn't recommend, if you have not been doing that work consistently for at least the past 9 months to a year, then I would start really diving into that if this is something you feel very called to, because we're going to be doing more fast paced and kind of higher level teachings, which I know a lot of you have asked for. So I feel it is the right time to start doing that. So basically what we're going to do for this particular first masterclass is we're going to give an overview of what the series of seminars is going to cover, which is going to be a deeper level of understanding about the ego. It's a necessary requirement to be doing higher level work.
It always leads up to a class. It's like, here's a bunch of information. Now come take my master class. It'll cost this much money. Pay me.
To deeply understand how the ego works, how to identify the frequencies in yourself and others, and how to transform these. And because a lot of first waivers, also, you have to realize that you will be taking on programmings for the collective as well. It is higher level transformation work. So we're going to dive deeper into that.
What does that mean?
We're also going to be going over briefly training on really how to navigate what we would call the darker energies, to really understand them on a more in-depth level, understand how it interferes with us, how it can hijack us, especially through the thought system and through the emotional body. And then basically this would be how to neutralize those energies. So this will be to neutralize it for yourself personally, but also how to neutralize this for the planet. Again, we need more people working at this type of level so that we can really accelerate. We have this very potent window. That's what the Galactics have been saying. This harvest portal from September 1st to November 19th is a very potent window for us to push this thing over the edge, to push the tipping point, right, if you will. So we would like to go ahead and get a head start on that.
I have no clue what that means. I don't want to be neutered or programmed. Both of those things sound awful. I don't want to do neither of them. But it's interesting to me that it always ends with, and now do my course. Like, okay, let's say that Mother God really was going to show up in a spaceship with Robin Williams and take us all up to the Galactics, and we were all going to live in some kind of like space heaven together. Like, why would I have to pay $33.33 every month in order to take a class to get me ready for that? Shouldn't it be for free? Like why is God only going to accept, this Mother God only going to accept like people who paid $33.33 a month? You know? Over the edge. So they're going to edge until November 19th. Baron's like, that sounds fun. I might join. So we have a very big question now this Halloween. We're moving on because Aurora just comes out and says the same thing almost every month. She does some kind of little speech where she talks about what's going on in astrology. All right, and astronomy. What's going on with horoscopes. Talks about the energies, usually drops some things about the Galactic Federation in there and how you're preparing yourself to join it. And then it always leads to, so then for our classes and our other stuff that you got to pay for, like, Jesus. I bet she thought she was so clever to price it at $33.33, the age of Jesus when he was sacrificed. Yeah, because the thing is that Mother God was also Jesus reincarnated, but also Mother Mary, Virgin Mary, reincarnated. So tell me how that works. All right. And then later on, she said that Jason Castillo is Jesus. And I was like, well, that's not good then, because that means he's your son. We don't want that. We don't want that relationship continuing. But yeah, it's just interesting to me. It always ends in, and then pay for my course. I really do feel like Aurora just wants to make money. She saw this opportunity from the beginning to sell these like courses. And she was like, I'm going to do that. And especially like with Mother God gone now, she's really stepped into the new role of, she didn't like take over as the cult leader in terms of saying like she's Mother God. She went a different way. See, Jason Castillo is all like, I'm Father God. We listen to me now. I miss Mother God. I post pictures of her up every day, even though my new girlfriend is here next to me. And it's really weird. But the thing about Aurora is that since she wasn't Mother God, she doesn't want to replace Amy Carlson as Mother God. So she kind of stepped up in this weird role of, me and Hope are like the experts here. And if you do everything that we tell you to do, then we can all go see Mother God together. And then they still like worship Amy Carlson, although now she's passed on, right? So there's that. I'm sure that everyone has this question on their mind. It's one that maybe has bothered you for a long time. You know, maybe every single Halloween, this keeps you up at night. But that is, are demons more powerful at Halloween? Are demons more powerful at Halloween? Luckily for us, we do have good old Bob Larson here. Bob Larson can help us figure that out. He is the exorcist after all.
Are demons more powerful at Halloween? It seems so, with all the emphasis on evil, witchcraft, and many forms of diabolism on parade this time of year. But the serious question is whether all this attention paid to satanic themes empowers the forces of darkness.
Okay.
I answer yes.
Okay.
Demons are stronger during the days leading up to Halloween. But why? And is that apparent increase in power sustainable in the world of the supernatural after all the Halloween costumes have been put away? I've spent a lifetime battling demons and feel well prepared to deal with this topic. And look out.
Bob's over here like, I've been waiting my whole life for this. For those that don't know, Bob Larson is actually one of the very first people that ever spoke out as a Christian against Halloween. If you've ever wondered why Christians are against Halloween, it's because Bob Larson and several priests, all right, decided to bring it all up again. All right, sure, there was a time way back in like the fucking early days where people were like, oh, don't do that. But everyone had kind of gotten over it, okay? All the kids were allowed to go trick-or-treating. Everything was all good. And then it was the 60s or 70s. Sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head right now. And then we had fucking Bob Larson get born into our world and show up and say, you know what? That Halloween thing's demonic. If you're a Christian, then you would not be celebrating Halloween. And it was right around the time that satanic panic was getting bad again. It's just the awful time.
My answers may surprise you. Hi, I'm Bob Larson.
At this point, the only way Bob's answers would surprise me is if Bob was like, demons cannot be stronger and more powerful at Halloween because they are not real. Otherwise, I'm not surprised, Bob. I'm just not surprised.
Around the world know me as the real exorcist.
The real exorcist.
I've battled demons for 5 decades. I'm going to share with you what I've learned
Watch
about
that
how
one.
demons and the devil seek to kill, steal, and destroy. Always go to boblarson.org to check on the latest of where I'm going to be speaking somewhere publicly in a seminar.
Now, I have removed all of Bob's ads. Okay. And that's how I got a 35-minute video to 18 and a half minutes. Because I was like, we're not sitting through ads. But that jump cut that just happened there was because Bob went on a whole rant about how you should buy his books, about how you should go and donate to his ministry, about how his ministry has helped so many people, and how he's helped, exorcise demons on Halloween via his ministry. So, if you want him to continue saving people from Halloween, then you should donate to it. And it just goes on and on and on and on. Once again, it's more of the, hey, fear something, and then have it have to do with life after death, and then send me money.
You support us, and that's how we're able to be here today. If you don't support us, you're getting a free ride.
I am.
And click
Thank
on
you.
donate. Thank you.
Halloween is going to the dog.
Why do I say that Halloween is going to the dogs? Well, I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
First, I have allergies. And
when I first saw this, I was like, I swear to God, if Bob is now doing a sponsorship with some allergy company, I'm fucking out. Fuck this, we'll pick another video. But this is Bob Larson's latest video on this year's Halloween.
Act up this time of year, and so I go in for a monthly shot to mitigate the effect of the allergies. So I show up at the doctor's office. I sign in to get my shot. And the nurse who comes to stick me with the needle is dressed totally in black as a witch, wearing a conical hat.
Aw, that's cute. Did you give her some candy? That would have been nice. Is he going to say Halloween is going to the dogs and relate it to the verse in the Bible about a dog returning to eat its own vomit? Is it a verse in Deuteronomy? Because every time that I watch Bob Larson, for some reason, he quotes a verse from Deuteronomy.
You could be absolutely certain that when I saw that, I started praying inside and breaking any...
Are you kidding me? Oh my God, Bob! Dude, you need to live a little, my guy. Are you kidding me? You're at the doctor's office, okay? You're about to get a vaccine. Which I'm surprised Bob even made it that far, to be honest. You're about to get a vaccine. The doctor or nurse comes out dressed as a witch because it's like Halloween time. Literally, Halloween time. Like, it's a costume for Halloween. It's cute. Most of us would be like, oh, that's cute. I like how she's dressed up. Fitting, giving me a needle and kind of chuckle about it. Maybe tell her she has a cool costume or good job putting the work in, something like that. Wish her a nice day. Continue on. But Bob Larson sees that and he goes, oh my God, this woman is fucking demonic. She's been possessed by a demon, and he starts praying. I'm surprised Bob hasn't died of 17 heart attacks already. He stresses himself out for no reason. It's Proverbs 26:11. So as the dog returns to its vomit, so a fool returns to his folly. Oh my. Deuteronomy is where all the good stuff is. Apparently. Because in Proverbs, they're eating vomit.
Curses and putting the blood of Jesus over her and that needle before it went in my arm.
Oh my God.
But there's a point here.
This poor nurse is just like, hi, sir, I'm here for your shot. And Bob's like, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. She's like, excuse me? Like, no. Sorry, I'm atheist. Can I please just give you the shot? And he's like, I must bless the shot before you put it in my arm. And we must pray together. And she's like, sir, I have a whole lineup out there. If you could please just let me give you this fucking flu shot and continue on with my day. Please? Please? Lord, poor lady. Poor nurse. Seriously, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, don't you ever give me another guy that's dressed up like a fake priest ever again. All right, that man's only a priest on the internet, damn it. She's dressed up like a witch. He's dressed up like a priest. Exactly. See, Baron agrees. That guy is way scarier than a nurse dressed as a witch in black. How demonic, right? Yeah, Bob. What are you doing? You look pretty gothic yourself. Dressed in all black with a cross around your neck. That looks like something I would have worn when I was 13. Then I would have had side bangs. And really way too much eyeliner. I don't know what we were doing.
She's in a doctor's office. She's about to give people something to make their lives better, or in some cases, possibly worse.
What?
I didn't see any humor in it.
She's giving... Oh, Lord. Lord, come on, man. I didn't see any humor with it. He, like, fucking reports her to the nursing board. He calls up the board, and he's like, I would like to report this nurse. They're like, okay, sir, what did she do wrong? And he's like, she dressed up as a witch to give me my vaccine. Or then they're like, that is a little bizarre. Could you maybe, like, elaborate on that for us? He's like, yes, well, it was a few days before Halloween. I went to go get my shot. And then they're like, hold on, sir, you said it was a few days before Halloween? Yes. And I went to go get my vaccine, and she came in like a witch. It was demonic. And they're like, okay, sir, we'll definitely take this into consideration. And they hang up the phone. And then they go, that was that Bob Larson guy again. Happens every year. Yeah, we probably shouldn't answer when he calls back next year.
I took it very seriously, but obviously she didn't. It's typical of people today.
Right.
However, I saw something even more.
Why is she not taking her job seriously? Because she's dressed up in a costume. Like, it's not like when she dresses up in a costume for Halloween, she loses all of her knowledge on how to do her job. Costume on, knowledge gone. Like, that's not a thing. I don't understand. Yeah, really. I guess he doesn't give out candy. We find out Bob actually just hates Halloween because every year they egg his house because he turns off all the lights and hides in it. And it's like a mansion. So everyone's like, how come this asshole can't give us some giant chocolate bars and giant pops, huh? Usually the big houses are the good houses. This guy turns off all his lights, doesn't even celebrate. We're going to egg his house. He just has eggs thrown at his house every year for it.
Minister directed at children. A couple months ago, we took at our new family pet, a dog.
Not the children.
So we went into one of these large chain-operated pet stores. I want to show you some photos that I took. Now, remember, this is mid-August I took these photos. 2.5 months before Halloween. Look at what they're promoting.
Oh, my God, guys. Look at what they're promoting. Look at it. It's demonic. The funniest thing about this is out of all of the costumes that you could take a picture of and discuss, he chooses the dog costumes to shock us with, okay? The dog costumes are probably the most adorable of all the costumes. Like, look, we got like furry pumpkin, little monster, a hot dog, you know? And then we have like, sure, I guess some of them are slightly scary, but like not really. Not really. Like in comparison to what we dress up as, like vampires, me in my weird clown costume earlier. You know, like in comparison, these are very tame. It's like Bob took the picture of the most tamest thing that he could find on Halloween and then went, look at this. Look at it. Doesn't this make you mad? And I'm over here like, I don't see a problem, Bob. Everything looks great. Everything looks fine. What am I supposed to be seeing? Like, you could have at least gone over to like an actual scary part in a store. Like, go to Spirit Halloween and like take a picture of something scary in there. You know what I mean? That probably would have done better. This just makes you look like a freak, Bob.
To deck out your doggy.
Do you know what's ridiculous? The fact that these bones cost $6.99. Okay, that's what's actually ridiculous.
Thrills and chills.
Oh, you get
collection
25%
for
off.
chewy treats and the costumes to dress your pet in.
This is what I mean. Look. He's like, and these costumes, these damn costumes to dress your pet in. Aren't they evil? It's a fucking jack-o'-lantern, a dinosaur, and a hot dog, and I think a spider. Like, out of all of the costumes to complain about. Scam Chan says, I wait for 90% off. Oh my god, maybe that's what he was scared of. They sold them for $6.66. He'd be having a whole heart attack. Human, you know I have claws, right? Like, we have to put them on the costume.
All are part of your pet as some fearsome creature. And of course, enchant your tank. Don't leave out your pet fish.
He's so mad. He's like, and they're coming for our fish too. Nemo, they're coming for Nemo. We have to save Flounder. Jesus Christ.
The pet
Calm
fish
down, Bob.
need to be able to celebrate Halloween. There were various toys and
Let's be
t-shirts.
real, like, I really don't think pets even understand what's going on. The pets are just like, oh, cool. Got new thing in my tank. I don't think they know.
For young owners to wear, including the main character of the Halloween movie franchise, which, for those of you who don't know, in the original film, it's a young boy who murders his sister. Now, 15 years later, he's back to murder more teenagers, and he's usually depicted holding a large chef's slashing knife. So when you
Wow, I never thought that we were going to get a whole movie review of the Halloween slasher movies from Bob Larson. That was not in the cards. That was not in the cards. I would have never, ever chose that. No, if you told me like 2 years ago, hey, Queen, couple Halloweens from now, you're going to be reacting to Bob Larson doing a play-by-play movie review of the Halloween slasher movies, I would have been like, no, I'm not. He would never even watch that. That would be too demonic. I'm just surprised he saw the whole thing at this point, you know? I love the Halloween stuff because you can get a whole bunch of black cat themed decor. And I've leaned into my reputation as the local cat person. That's true. That's true. Probably the best time to get like black cat themed stuff, because I bet you the rest of the year, if you're collecting, because I collect frog stuff. So if you're collecting like black cat stuff, it would probably be more difficult the rest of the year. Because, you know, they're all like, oh, black cats are bad luck and blah, blah. So they would make them. Gay frogs! The chemicals in the water that turns the frogs gay. He does research his movies. All right, this movie review, 1 Berserker Demon out of 10. Good review.
Look at these pictures.
Of the review.
What's the point? What's the theme? Terror. Witchcraft. Murder. It's exactly the kind of emotions that any loving parent would want their kids to grow up with their pet.
Bob's like,
right?
listen, They're going to desanitize themselves. Okay? They're going to be all about desensitized. Did I say desanitize? That's even better. I like that one better. They're going to desensitize themselves from fucking horror. And then we cannot fearmonger them with our Catholic religion anymore. Whatever will we do? Because I think it's healthy to have a certain level of controlled fear in your life. It's like if you're dealing with anxiety, a way that you can get rid of your anxiety is by facing it head on in a controlled environment. Usually with a therapist, you know? So there could be some truth that you can do that with fear as well. You know, you can face fears by being in a controlled environment, scaring yourself a little bit, you know, getting startled can be fun. My daughter used to always like to jump out and go, boo! She did that constantly when she was a toddler. She used to like go and try and hide somewhere. And I'd come into the room and she'd jump out. She'd do it to me like 4 times a day. I'd be like, holy crap, can you stop, please? Like there's such a thing as being fearful for fun, and then you know you're in a safe environment. And if anything, like desensitizing yourself to it a little bit would be good. It could help you if you were ever in a bad situation in the future where you were fearful and had to think on your feet, you know, it can kind of help you with that. So I think that there's such thing as like a healthy amount of fear in your life, you know? And if you're into being scared and you love horror movies and all that creepy stuff, like what's wrong with it? Like what is it hurting people for real though? All right? And why is your God, Bob, sitting up on a cloud going, these damn humans celebrating Halloween like that's his biggest worry? Not the wars going on right now. He's more worried about who's dressing up in a costume and knocking on doors. Really? Really, Bob? Hello, Chris. Good to see you. Happy Halloween. Like, come on, Bob.
Wrong.
The history. Oh, this should be interesting. Okay, so we're going to hear the history of Halloween told by Bob Larson. I've done a video on the history of Halloween before. Great fun. Check it out if you haven't. I think that's a good time. Did I do it last Halloween or the Halloween before? I don't even remember. They're all meshing in together at this point. But yeah, all right. History of Halloween told to us by Bob Larson. Angel's like, I think Halloween and people putting their dog in a pumpkin costume are pretty low on God's priority list. You know what? I always had this person in my life who's very heavily Christian when I was growing up. And they used to say that Jesus would have had a great sense of humor and that God has a sense of humor. And that always stuck with me for some reason. So whenever like Bob does these rants or like I see a Christian that just seems to hate fun, they're like Karening out on fun, I always think of that. And I'm like, but God would have had a good sense of humor apparently. So why would God be mad? How do you know God doesn't love Halloween? How do you know God's not sitting up there looking down going, look at them in all their costumes. This is so funny. Like you don't know. You don't know. So stop. Maybe you're ruining God's fun. Maybe this is his fun holiday. Like, wouldn't you have had to invent the person and the activities that took place for Halloween to form if you believe in it, you know? Forgot about all the war and starvation. Forget about it. Spot the dog is wearing a costume. Listen, Clifford over there is dressed up like a hot dog. We must smite him down. That's what we're worried about right now. All right? Oh no, God is all about what holidays you celebrate and who you have sex with. War, famine, poverty. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that. God giving Adam and Eve belly batons was great humor. To me, it's obvious God and Jesus like a good joke. I mean, forcing Jonah to go to Nineveh by getting swallowed and then vomited up by a whale is objectively hilarious. There we go. There we go. Objectively hilarious. God clearly has a sense of humor. See, like the platypus. It is true. That is one ugly looking fucking animal. I'm trying to like think of what I mean I guess it works in the food chain. The food chain. Belly buttons? I thought you were trying to say batons. And I just went with it. Sorry, Scam Jan. God giving Adam and Eve belly buttons was great humor. That was my bad. I should have gotten that one. I hear God is dressing up as a goth Buddha this year. Right? All right. I'm kind of excited for this. So Bob Larson's giving us the history of Halloween. See what he said. Do it, Bob. Tell me the history. Could be fun. Let's go.
Let's talk for a moment about the history of Halloween.
Woo!
50 years ago, I was the first public religious figure in America to take a stand against Halloween.
Yeah.
There really wasn't anybody else who had any kind of a public platform. I was mocked.
Weird start.
I was vilified. You cannot believe back then how I was attacked by Christians for trying to rob these children of all the fun they were having trick-or-treating. Never mind that they dressed up as demonic characters and witches and so on. But gradually, even people who didn't believe in the reality of demons at Halloween, they started to recognize, there's a lot of negative aspects about this day. So churches started developing alternatives, the harvest festivals. And of course, the Christian haunted houses that tried to scare people so bad they would give their lives to Jesus. So this became a form of evangelism as a result of the horror that they saw inside. But in spite of these efforts to try to redeem the day, no one really took a stand against the demons who operate at this time of year until the advent of social media. And that's changed a little bit in the last few years. Self-proclaimed experts on witchcraft and Satanism, well, they started talking about the evils of Halloween. And unfortunately, a lot of them really didn't have their historical facts correct, and they didn't know much about real witchcraft. But at least they were doing something, and they were speaking out, and that's good.
Bob.
But now,
are we doing the history of Halloween, the holiday, or your history with Halloween?
Halloween is morphed into a system of religious belief and cultural faith. And even Bible-believing Christians shrug their shoulders at Halloween. They capitulate to pop culture. And if they aren't dressing up their children as little witches to go out and trick-or-treat, they still fail to take a strong position against all that Halloween represents. In my many books and other publications and blogs and so on, long before today's opponents of Halloween came on the scene, I explained that the history of Halloween was rooted essentially in Irish.
Hey, Bob, I thought I was going to get the history of Halloween. Why do we celebrate Halloween today? I didn't know I was going to get Bob Larson's 50-year history of hating on Halloween. This is your history with Halloween, not the history of Halloween.
Druidic witchcraft. I've explained over and over many times in many places that this is a time of the year in which those involved with the dark arts evoke spirits and they honor ancient traditions steeped in human sacrifice.
What?
Satanists love Halloween. Witches consider Halloween.
Bob, do you think that there's Satanists on Halloween doing human sacrifices? Because if you do, we have to have a whole other conversation. Imagine you think that there's Satanists on Halloween doing human sacrifices. So you're like, you know what will really show them? If I do a YouTube video about how, whether or not demons are more powerful at Halloween, and I'll bring them up in it and how they sacrifice humans. Lord.
Halloween to be their annual coming out party. Let's roll the clock back,
Wait,
shall
what?
we? To 17th
I didn't know
century.
about this. I didn't know about this. I came out when I was 12. I didn't realize that witches also came out. Witches come out of the closet. Every Halloween, a witch gets her broomstick. Yep, we're having gay Halloween abortions to Satan. Apparently they're having witch coming out parties. Is that what Halloween is? So we could have made it way more fun then.
For England, you know, Oliver Cromwell and his Puritan Christians, well, they banished Christmas because of its festive attitude.
Bob hates
said it wasn't appropriate. Wow, they must be rolling over in their graves to see what modern Christians tolerate at the time of Halloween.
Ooh, Bob, you don't like anything that the pagans celebrate because it's demonic and they're witches. I got some bad news for you about Christmas, my dude. Some real bad news.
It's an evil day. There is nothing to redeem it in celebratory fashion.
Yeah, that sucks. Are demons more powerful at Halloween? Okay, so Bob didn't give us the history of Halloween. Okay, this was the worst fucking history lesson in the world. Bob just gave us his history of hating Halloween for the last 50 years. I don't know which is more dry. Also, Chatahulu is going to pop by later so we can all play Naked Necronomicon Twister. That was a fun word to say. So now finally, and at this point we're like over 20 minutes into the actual video. Remember, I trimmed out all his ads. Finally, we get to, are demons more powerful at Halloween? Which was the original question here.
Now to the important question that I raised. Are demons more powerful at Halloween? There's a couple of ways to answer that question.
Oh, well, Lord.
Technically speaking, demons aren't more powerful on any day. When Satan's angels fell from heaven in eternity past, their position, their power was fixed. From that time until now, there's no differentiation in their ability to do evil regarding one day to the next. They have a fixed amount of evil in their fallen spiritual nature.
Okay.
It never gets topped off. It never runs out. So why then does it seem that at certain times, in certain circumstances, evil spirits appear? They appear to be more active. And
are you going to say that we're inviting them in by celebrating Halloween?
Appear to have more power. The issue we're considering is whether demons are more powerful at Halloween. But here's the real problem. This is what we should be addressing. Evil spirits show their real intentions on a broad societal
you see that
basis.
Enroll in Bob Larson University?
When there's less opposition. And Halloween is such a time.
Oh, yeah.
Most Christians have become the frog in the boiling pot of water labeled Halloween. They've lost their sensitivity to demonic evil. And they tolerate things that previous generations would have been horrified.
I think the only thing that Bob loves to do on Halloween is hate on Halloween.
To see. In short, demons aren't more powerful at Halloween, but the opposition
You could have just said that, resistance. Bob. Jesus fucking Christ. You could have just said that, damn it.
Is lower. So what happens? Consequently, demons are able to get by with more this time of year. That's why people who are victims of satanic ritual abuse, for example, or they have a background in witchcraft,
Okay.
they feel that they are attacked to a
Jezebel?
greater extent around Halloween. I know I've ministered to many of these people, and they become terrified and tentative at this time of year.
It's amazing how many times Bob's had to give someone an exorcism because, like, I don't think that the Catholic priest that I grew up with ever gave one person an exorcism.
Well, what's going on? In simple terms, demons are more active approaching October 31. I see this every year. And
Okay.
that activity, unfortunately, doesn't face a lot of opposition, not what it should. In fact, the commercial acceptance of Halloween gives carte blanche to demons to be more visible with their intentions. And it gives them the right to create more spiritual havoc. So Satan isn't stronger around Halloween. It's the Christians who are weaker in their opposition to this widespread cultural approbation of evil. In ancient Rome, the emperor was considered a god. His birthday was the most important day of the year for pagan celebrations. Such practices were normalized in ancient Rome. But when you study history, you never hear of early Christians having gone with the flow and participating in festivities for Augustus, Nero, the perverted Caligula, and others. Unlike those early Christians, though, we have lost the spiritual concept of a Latin phrase, tertium non datur. I did a short in this recently. Let me refer to it again. What does tertium non datur mean in
Tertium non datur.
Latin? It means no compromise, no middle ground, unresolvable opposites, an irreconcilable dichotomy. In short, how can Christians celebrate what the devil celebrates? But today, sadly, a lot of Christians have allowed the institutionalization of fear and terror and demonic shock and awe to become all too familiar with them and tolerate it.
Jesus Christ, Mom, just let people celebrate fucking Halloween. Lord. His final thoughts. Something tells me that these are going to be like Jerry Springer's final thoughts.
I have a couple of final thoughts about this issue of whether or not demons are more powerful at Halloween.
Do tell.
So here is the real answer to the question posed at the beginning. Get it straight. Demons are not getting stronger.
Okay.
Whatever their strength was when they agreed to rebel against God on the side of Lucifer, they haven't gotten more impregnable in terms of their puissance, their power.
Okay.
They're not getting stronger. Demons today are just more bold. They are more audacious. So what really matters in the battle against the forces of darkness is not how powerful the demons are, but how.
What do you mean they've gotten more bold? Like, why weren't they always just at their maximum of being bold? Like, if you're a demon, you're not following any of society's rules, right? You're not going to wait for people to let you in to possess them. Like, are these demons powerful and like evil to the point where God can't stop them? Because then you would think that then, you know, they would always be possessing people, coming down here and starting shit. Right? They would always be at their maximum of evil, at their maximum strength, maximum power. So why would they be more bold today? Because society's more bold? Why are they listening to society's rules? That's fucking weird. These are millennial demons, right? It was just so weird.
Powerful are we? The issue is the lack of powerful resistance exerted by God's people. That power comes from the Holy Spirit, and it
It's like
comes
if believing didn't stop them before.
from the determination of a human will surrendered to Jesus. What's clear is that culture and the world at large have less power to overcome evil.
Okay.
The boundaries of what is morally acceptable are being lowered. The recognition of a creator God to whom we are morally accountable is quickly fading from society. The boundaries that protect us from evil are unseen spiritual lines that separate humans from the incursions of the spirit world. Proper moral boundaries also separate physical feelings, physical needs, and responsibilities from being violated by demons. Good spiritual boundaries tell the devil how far he can go in individual lives and in society.
You mean Satan listens to boundaries? I don't understand that. It's like that magical corporate greed that always goes up when something bad happens to a politician's agenda, but is somehow a lot lower all of the rest of the time, right? No, culture doesn't have less power now to overcome evil because God doesn't have less power.
Good biblical boundaries of right belief protect one's soul like fences between.
I don't understand that though, because like if I was a demon, okay, and I wanted to fuck with someone, I would not be listening to their boundaries. There would be no amount of spiritual warfare they would be able to bring to me that I wouldn't like be breaking through. You know? I don't understand why the demon would then listen to my boundaries.
In good.
Listen, all right, I got human beings in my life that refuse to listen to my boundaries. And now you're telling me the demons will? Apparently I got the wrong friends. Like what is that?
Let me give you an interesting scripture. Deuteronomy 19:14
Oh, for
says,
fuck's sakes. Deuteronomy again. Every time, Bob. Deuteronomy. Every fucking time. I should have Deuteronomy memorized by now because of Bob Larson. All right, give it to us, Bob. Deuteronomy 19:14.
"You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which the men of old have set, in your inheritance, which you will inherit in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess."
What the fuck does that have to do with celebrating Halloween? Huh? Biblically, God allows evil for now, but doesn't create evil. Satan is not allowed to do certain things. The only exception was Job. Yeah, but see, like, I don't understand a Satan that would follow rules unless the abilities were taken away from him. And why would there be an exception? Like, my whole thing is if a demon's going to possess me, then I highly doubt that it's going to care if I say, "Excuse me, sir, I have just a few boundaries." You know what I mean? Like, I feel like at that point, you're just kind of fucked. Especially if you're me. If I was a demon. Shh, don't tell anybody. Deuteronomy is where all the good stuff is, apparently. "I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things." Isaiah 45:7. It is true. It is true. They are only as powerful as you allow them to be. The things he is saying creates fear that allow them to thrive. Perhaps a double agent in disguise. That's a good point. About the fear thing. The fear mongering, if anything, would make you weak. That's what he does a lot of that. I mean, if anyone fear mongers, it's Bob Larson. Okay, nobody wants anyone to be living on edge and in fear of every single thing in the entire world like Bob Larson does. Like, he really does take it up to a 10. Like, even just now with Halloween. This is why we have to react to Bob Larson almost every Halloween, because every year he has to do some crazy Halloween is demonic. Don't celebrate Halloween. And it's like, Jesus Christ, Bob, just let the kids dress up and go get candy. All right, like, is it really, like, how is that hurting anyone? All right, and he's like, the demons will come to possess your children. And you're like, okay, Bob, go take a nap. Okay, it's time for, it's your nap time. Just give it a rest for a year. Well, technically, they are still allowed to possess anyone, but they couldn't say, force us to kill ourselves or kill others. Satan is not allowed to directly kill anyone or directly cause a death. Okay, well, that's good. I guess because then it would be like playing God. And in that sense, then God would be more powerful. So I can get on board with why that's a thing. That makes some sense to me in that explanation. I still think that if I was Satan and God was like, you're not allowed to kill anyone, that's probably all I would be doing, is just smiting people down all day long, you know? You know?
What is it saying?
Yeah, tell us.
In simple terms, this passage of scripture is interpreted in both a physical and a spiritual sense.
Okay.
It was wrong in ancient Israel to remove a physical boundary established by God regarding the inheritance of his blessings and his goodness in the land. And it's equally wrong to remove a spiritual boundary in your soul, in your family, and in the culture around us. And that's exactly what Halloween tries to do.
Oh, Lord, Bob.
Accepting it, celebrating it, remove some basic barriers against
Bob, you're showing people celebrating Halloween dressed up as demonic beings. You're allowing Satan into your life by creating this video.
Incursion of witchcraft. Trivializing demonic darkness and evil by focusing on fear at Halloween. I know to some of you it's a very small step to take, but think of this. It's part of a larger mosaic of society.
Imagine, like, you're a young kid and your mom, for some reason, decides to, like, really fucking love Bob Larson, and you've been, like, celebrating Halloween your entire life. It's your favorite. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, your mom comes across this video and just decides that you're no longer going to go trick-or-treating. How upset you would fucking be. Like, Bob, you are upsetting children everywhere. All right? You are making it so that on October 31st, instead of it being a fun day, they dress up and knock on doors for some candy. They're crying in their room, upset that all their friends get to have fun when they don't. I don't see how that's very godly, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
It sends a clear message to the youngest child holding a pet in their arms.
With a hot dog costume. Oh, the demonicness. I'm still cracking up about the fact that he actually showed a fucking hot dog costume.
Could dress up something that you love and is loving and is really special. He could dress it up in the garb of demonic imagery.
Oh, stop.
The child who does this and the parents who allow it, well, that child may not someday recognize real evil when it comes their way. So demons aren't getting stronger. But here's the important issue. Is your faith in opposition to evil spirits getting stronger or weaker with compromise and indifference? Christians have allowed fear, terror, and all the evils surrounding Halloween to become normal.
Okay.
The new normal.
Blame the Christians.
So if what I say resonates with you and you appreciate this thoughtful perspective, Do something about it. Tell someone
A call to
what
action
you
to
have
ruin
just watched.
Halloween?
Send them a link so that they can watch it too.
Oh, yeah,
Spread
for
the word.
sure. Yeah.
And support this ministry so we continue to give a thoughtful, introspective response to very serious issues and lay it out so you understand where the boundaries of protection, politically, morally, spiritually, personally, are being evaded and torn down.
Okay.
We need you really to do something special to support us. You know, we've struggled over the last couple of months, and here we are facing Halloween trying to take a stand. I think a lot of this is the political uncertainty.
Bob's acting like he's going to war against Halloween with all of the Catholics in the world. They're all out here in the trenches fighting to stop that awful Halloween. Down with All Hallows Eve. Roar! Jesus
Certainty
Christ.
of our times, but now more than ever,
give it up.
We
Bob.
need to do more than what we are doing right now for Jesus Christ. And
Bob, you've been fighting against Halloween for 50 years, according to you in this very video. Everyone's still celebrating Halloween, so I don't think you've been successful. It's not going over well. It's not going over well at all. Bob, now that I've scared you into thinking possession waits around every corner, give me money. Exactly. That's what it is, right? That's his goal, is to do that so that every time that you think, oh my God, this is demonic. Oh my God, I'm letting in demons. Maybe then your next thought will be, oh my God, I might be possessed. I better go pay for Bob Larson to come do an exorcism on me. Or I'm going to go pay to go to his next seminar and see if he'll exorcise me. It's all just to get people roped in to want his exorcisms. And at the end of it, it's always like, and please donate to my Spiritual Freedom Church. It's like, Lord, Bob, you want to ruin everyone's holiday just so that you can make a couple $100. Will he charge $33.33 for Bob Larson Blessed Holy Water? I'm surprised that they didn't try to sell like Mother God Holy Water. Onward, Christian soldiers!
Some significant expenses for office equipment, other unanticipated expenses. So we really need you to generously step forward. You can do that with a tax deductible gift by subscribing to Let's Do Them as our streaming platform, by enrolling in Bob Larson University.
Yeah, and then I was like, yeah, that's enough of that. And there it is. There it is. By enrolling in Bob Larson University today, we will show you how you can not be possessed by demons around every single fucking corner. All right? Yep, just donate to my ministry. Come to the university. You don't need to go to actual uni. Go to mine instead. I give you a fake plaque to put on your wall. It's beautiful. And then you can give people exorcisms like my daughters do. It'll be great fun. And then make sure that you come to our next seminar. It'll cost you $3,000 to appear, but I promise I'll exorcise your demons. Like, thanks, Bob. Thank you so much. You know, Bob must be having a slow season. No, he does it every year. Bob, like he said, he's been fighting against Halloween for 50 years. Every year for the last 50 years, Bob Larson has spoken out about Halloween and gotten the Catholics to rile up and speak out about Halloween. I wasn't lying earlier when I said that Bob was actually one of the very first public figures in Christianity to publicly kind of come out here and do a war against fucking Halloween. Nobody else would. And it was because, like I said, like way years before, there was always like the Christians that were kind of like, Halloween's demonic, don't celebrate, pagan holiday, blah, blah, blah. But then there was a time where everyone just kind of like accepted it like it was a Hallmark holiday. It wasn't really taken that seriously. And I think even the Christians stopped
really taking it seriously. And then we kind of hit a point where, the whole satanic panic thing happened again. And well, Bob showed up during that to be all like, Halloween bad, don't do Halloween, and because he was one of the first televangelists, if you will, one of the first people to have like a public platform and speak out about things like this. It sounds so stupid to say the word speak out about Halloween. Like, it just doesn't go together to me. I exercise my demons until they get all hot and sweaty. That's right. That's right. All right. The next thing on our agenda is actually going to be this brand new alert. Again, the Better Business Bureau is trying to warn us. All right. They say, beware of Halloween costume deals that are tricks, no treats. Let's see if I can make this bigger for us. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, I think we're okay. I think we're good. Yay! So, how the scam works. You see an ad online or receive an email for Halloween costumes with shockingly low prices. Claims like overstock clearance, 90% off, or reduced prices. It looks like a great deal, especially with Halloween right around the corner. But before you click buy, take a closer look. One customer shared this experience on BBB Scam Tracker. Sent emails stating 90% coupon off all items, clicked on it and ordered items. Next day, my bank said fraud alert. I called and denied all actions and canceled the card. Other consumers reporting clicking on social media ads promising great deals on costumes and decorations, only to find out that they've shared their credit card information on phony websites and purchased items that they will never receive. If you're tempted by these too good to be true deals, keep these tips in mind before making a purchase. Because the Better Business Bureau is actually like overrun right now with people saying like, hey, we hold on, sorry, something just happened. Saying, hey, we need you to fix this problem I'm having with a business. I tried to buy something on a website and it's not working now. Please come and help me. And they have actually had like thousands of reports over this last month alone, which is kind of insane when you think about it. So I really do need people to be aware of this. Every Halloween this happens. This is a lot like my Spirit Halloween video that I did. I realized that. But the Better Business Bureau has literally come out today and been like, we are getting too many of these. Like, it's a huge problem this year. So make sure you research before you buy. Search online for Search online for terms like scam or complaint, or look up the company's name on the betterbusinessbureau.org to see if others have reported issues. Check for contact information. Legitimate retailers generally provide a physical address and customer service phone number. That's why if a website doesn't have a physical address or a customer service phone number, chances are it's a scam, i.e. on passive. Be cautious if a website only has an email form or one of those like contact us forms, that's a bad website. You should definitely
stop going there.
Don't order anything from it at all, okay? Try a fake website checker. Website checkers, such as Google's safe browsing tool, can also help you decide whether a website is safe to visit. Avoid deals that seem too good to be true. Extreme discounts on trending costumes can be a red flag. Like, are they going to have 90% off right before Halloween? Probably not. Maybe after Halloween. But here's the thing, is that after Halloween,
they also continue to scam people. Because people think after Halloween, like, oh, of course the fucking costumes and Halloween products are all on sale. It's right after Halloween. Not going to need them for another year. So I need you to be even more cautious than ever this year and years going forward if you are someone that buys online in clearance for Halloween, after Halloween season. Like it's the first week in November, you're out there searching Halloween stuff. Be very, very careful. They'll be out like crazy with the fake websites. And again, it's hard to be like, oh, this is an extreme discount when it's after Halloween when all the discounts are happening, right? Use secure payment methods, credit cards, and other secure payment methods, such as like your debit card, PayPal, anything that offers fraud protection. Avoid direct bank transfers, email transfers as well, or unusual payment options like don't ever pay with gift cards, right? And please always trust fraud alerts from your bank. The only time that something is going to tell you to ignore a fraud alert from your bank is if it's a scam. It's a place trying to fraud you. Otherwise, everywhere should be telling you not to ignore those. Trust all alerts from your bank that are in relation to fraud. If your bank flags a purchase, contact them immediately to review your options. All right. And the bank is very knowledgeable about the scams that are going on. So, like, if you describe to them something and they say, oh, yeah, that's a scam, believe them. Please believe them. So just be wary about that. All right. Because literally there are way too many that are Halloween. If I look up Halloween on the website right now, there are 274 results. 274 results just for this year's Halloween. People that have been getting scammed. They took the payment from my bank account. Said I would receive the package, did not receive the package, contacted them, placed an online order through a seller site on Instagram for this organization for a Halloween item. Like it just goes on and on and on and on. Website said, oh, what just happened? Where did you go? There it is. Website said they were having a sale on weighted plush spiders. Get 2 for $40. Found out through my own research that they had stolen pictures from another creator called Plushy Monsters on the same Reddit thread. Just, you gotta like be very, very careful. There's so many of them. That's just this year. 28 pages, just boom. So it's a lot. It's a lot. It's more than they've ever gotten any other year. I don't know what's completely changed between then and now, to be honest. But just be wary for that. And like I said, even if you're shopping after Halloween, be wary. Be wary, everyone. All right, you do not want to get scammed out there. But you know what's not a scam?
Queen of crime, now hitting the stream. Fresh content daily, call it the dream. Wear my shirts, be part of the theme. Merch so dope, feels like a meme. Hoodies and caps, designs got flair. Reppin' my channel, you show you care. Support the hustle, no millionaires. Queen of karma, yo, everywhere. Buy my merch, yo, help me grow. Every purchase gives me mo. Strings and fits you in the flow. Rock the gear, let the world know. Pins and patches, sticker packs tight. Queens on the grind, working day and night. Coffee mugs, live streams, join the fight. Support the dream, keep it in sight. Buy my merch, yo, help me grow. Every purchase gives me mo. Strings and fits you world know.
A story. A wonderful, wonderful story. I'm sure many of you who were kids in the 2000s, like I was, had and perhaps still have a certain fondness for stores like Party City, Spirit Halloween, iParty, Toys R Us, and other similar retailers. There was always a sense of excitement to having your parents take you to one of them, wandering around and looking at all the colorful products that you knew deep down you were unlikely to get your hands on, but which still felt somehow in reach if you could simply badger your parents enough for them to concede. Even if you walked away empty-handed, there was always the simple pleasure of existing in these spaces. When you're a kid, these stores feel enormous, like places you can get lost in. My parents kept a pretty tight leash on me whenever we'd go to larger retail and department stores, like Ocean State Job Lot or Walmart, but when it came to places like Spirit or Party City, I was free to roam since they weren't very big. They were big to me though, sprawling even. I always felt like there were these little nooks that I could slip into, sections in the corners that somehow felt separate from the rest of the store, usually devoid of many other customers. A lot of the time, they were the equivalent of the bargain bin, not really the sorts of goods most people shopping would care for. To a kid who didn't have any notion of purchasing things for himself though, they were exciting, just because they were there. It gave me a real sense of adventure and discovery. Like these stores somehow went on forever. Then there was this local party store we had. The town I grew up in was sort of isolated, so there wasn't as much competition from the bigger retail chains. Usually, we had to go to the much bigger town a few miles away for the bigger chain stores. This place was nice though. It was called Marty's Party Goods. Marty's was a small place, a bit smaller than most other stores like it. It was tucked away in what I think was supposed to be a strip mall. It was pretty sad though, consisting of only 5 or so spaces, and about half of them being closed and or abandoned at any given time. Marty's was the only one that stuck around. So 99% of the actual business the place got was for Marty's. My father was the main breadwinner for the family, and so during days off from school and summer vacations, it'd mostly be me and my mother since I didn't hang out with my friends outside of school very much. No particular reason, really. Just tended not to think of it beyond birthday parties and other events. As a result, when we didn't have much to do, my mom would bring me to Marty's to kill an hour or two. We rarely left, having bought something. I just enjoyed exploring a lot. She sometimes browsed what they had. At some point, however, I think it was either 2008 or 2009, I developed this petrifying fear of the place. My parents tell me that around the end of the decade, something happened where I just refused to step foot in the place. My mother told me that it had been a while we were shopping there for my Halloween costume, since it was October, and Marty's had, like most other party stores, gotten appropriately dressed up and stocked for the approaching holiday. She said that I had gotten lost, and when she found me again, I was crying and begging her to go home, unable to explain what it was had happened while I was wandering that made me so afraid. The fact that I had even gotten lost in the first place was strange given the store's size. Children have a knack for getting lost in just about any store where there can be distance between them and their guardians. But it couldn't have just been that. After all, it wouldn't have taken even 5 minutes of idly walking around and calling out for my mom to have heard me. Or for me to have found my mom. She told me she couldn't find me for about 20. She'd found me right when she was starting to worry that I'd gone outside. I always found it strange that I couldn't remember when this happened. You'd think that such a big event, at least big for a small child, would have stuck in my brain. If nothing else, as something half remembered. But for years, it was just a story my mother told me about sometimes. We never did go back to Marty's after that. In retrospect, I think a lot of my memories of Spirit Halloween were of traveling to the next town over to do our Halloween shopping after I grew too scared to go back. Something had always bothered me about this story, beyond my lack of memory of it. What could have possibly happened for me to be that scared of a simple party store? How had I gone missing for nearly half an hour? I didn't think about it often. It usually just popped into my head every now and again. And I'd wonder about it for a few minutes before something distracted me and I forgot all about it again. It was like that for a long time, well into my college years. That was, until recently. I just finished my second year at college and decided to head back to my hometown for a week to unwind after the joint stress of finals and work, and to see my parents again since I hadn't since Christmas. In December, I hadn't been back for long enough to do much nostalgic sightseeing. But something that had surprised me on the drive to my childhood home was that Marty's was still in business. It was maybe a little worse for wear, with the sign out front being kind of faded, chipped and peeling in a few places. But it was otherwise as I remembered it. Coming back this time, I definitely wanted to do more sightseeing, and Marty's was high on my list. Not a very exciting list, but it wasn't a very exciting town. I ended up going there on my second day of the trip. Inside it was arranged a bit differently from how I remembered, but I hadn't been since I was in the 4th grade, so that was to be expected. I still didn't see what could have possibly frightened me so badly when I was younger. But then I headed a bit deeper in, and I saw it. There was this one area, at a slightly lower elevation than the rest of the place, with a little ramp leading down into it. It was small, a room about a quarter of the size of the rest of the place, much paler in hue, I can't say that, than the other parts of the store. Most of Marty's had this slightly yellowish paint. I guess to give it kind of a festive feel, maybe, but the walls in there were eggshell white. Even the fluorescent lights in the ceiling seemed harsher somehow. The contents of the room itself were unremarkable, really. There were 2 rows of clothing racks on either side, spanning nearly the entire length, with some space on both ends to move around them, and hanging from them were costumes, each one in vacuum-sealed, clear plastic bags. It was some kind of bargain bin area for cheap costumes, from the looks of it. Just staring at this part of the store, however, I suddenly felt this tightening in my chest. Like someone was about to give me some terrible news, and I could somehow sense their impending arrival. I couldn't begin to explain why. And then I remembered the story. Me missing for 20 minutes, and my mother finding me in a state of inconsolable terror. that was when it came back to me. Not all at once, but I could see in my mind's eye, standing there in that corner of the store, which felt so much bigger than it actually was. Yes, me and my mother were there for our usual Halloween shopping, and I think I had been drawn to this part of the store I'd never given much thought before. Or maybe I had, but this time it was different. I could recall myself wandering inside. Nobody but me in this little area, and for some reason, I could have sworn it was much bigger than the area I was looking at now. Instead of a small room, it was a big hallway, and the costume racks were arranged like aisles. It was a lot like being in one of those employees-only storage areas, and maybe that was part of the appeal for me, that this normally forbidden part of most stores was open to me. Empty enough of people to feel special somehow. But as I kept exploring, I eventually realized that I didn't know where the way back to the rest of the store was. That must have been when I started calling out to my mom, but I was too far away for her to hear me. I was starting to remember more of it too, or at least details were coming to me, which I felt pretty sure of, but not fully. At some point, I had reached the back, which was lined up with even more racks, all along the wall. I couldn't remember any in specific, though. Just a blur of nebulous outfits encased in those plastic seals. I had to step outside at this point, beginning to feel a bit dizzy, like too much was coming back to me at once, and I needed some fresh air to help process it. The memory continued. More details. I could see some of the costumes had fallen from their hangers, a few of them spilling out of their bags. I stepped over these piles, continuing to search for an exit. I tried hugging the wall and moving along it to find the exit, but it just kept going on, and I eventually gave up on it, back to wandering. According to my mother, it was just 20 minutes, but in my steadily blossoming memory, it felt so much longer, like I'd been stuck there for hours, a full day even. There was something else too, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, as it returned to me with everything else. I wasn't alone in that impossible area. At some point, I developed a strong feeling that there was someone else there with me. An adult to hopefully lead me back out would have been nice, but it wasn't like that. It felt like whoever it was, they knew I was there, and they had been watching me for a while. Maybe not the whole time, but at some point, they'd become aware of me. Or it, if I'm being honest with myself. I know it sounds silly, but this part feels so vivid to me even now. I have a hard time waving it away. I think I saw it too, while trying to find the way out. I could hear the shuffling noise just beyond one of the aisles I was standing next to. There was another one of those piles, this one more like a heap, except it was moving slightly, the heap. It looked a bit like when you wade through a pile of autumn leaves that reach up past your ankles. A few masks and other accessories being shoved aside. I couldn't see feet though, but I saw something else. I saw an eye staring back at me through one of the gaps between the hanging costumes. It wasn't a human eye though, nor the eye of some terrible monster, but instead the fake eye of a rubber mask. I don't remember exactly what the mask was. It looked kind of reptilian, like some kind of lizard costume maybe. It wasn't hanging from one of the hangers though, because there was a slight movement to it. The kind you get with someone trying to remain still, but the body still shakes a little bit. No breathing, no sound except for the light shuffling of the costumes moving beneath its unseen feet. as it stared back at me. I don't remember how I found my way out. I think I just wandered until it came to me. Whatever it was that I saw, it didn't chase me. It just stared at me. And that was the only look at it I got. I probably ran after I saw it, though. The rest came to me naturally. I remembered my mother looking worried and briefly chastising me before seeing how scared I was. I remember crying, hugging her tight, and I remember her carrying me out to the car. Not much after that, though. The memory tapers off as most from that long ago tend to. I think maybe she rented a movie for us on demand to make me feel better. I still don't know how to process that memory, honestly. It's easy to pass it off as a dream, but even now it feels too real for me to just dismiss it. It's like I saw something I shouldn't have, in a way. Of course, Marty's is a normal party store, just like any other. Curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up going back the next day after I'd given myself time to collect my thoughts. The little side room was just as it had been the day before, even after I tentatively went inside. No mysterious hallways, no staring eyes, nothing. I didn't tell my mom about it either. She'd just have dismissed it as a nightmare. But really, who wouldn't? I think the thing that makes me sure that on some level it wasn't a dream was that I'd blocked it out for nearly 15 years. If it were just a bad dream, would my brain even have had the instinct to suppress it? I don't know, really. I'm thinking about making an excuse to visit again in October, find a weekend that isn't so busy, and see my parents for a day or two. It was, after all, October when it happened. I'm not sure what I'm hoping to find, exactly, but I can't help it. I haven't been able to stop thinking about what I saw, and I need some sort of resolution now. I don't think anything will happen, but it can't hurt to see, right? Maybe, just maybe, I'll go, and there'll be that big, open space again. Maybe I'll see it, the figure looming in the distance. I'm sure that if I see it, it'll see me, as it did when I was a child, through that old, worn-out mask of it. And that is our creepypasta for this evening. So I hope that you enjoyed that. This story sounds so much like Backrooms, does it? Marty, yes, Marty, the lizard people running Halloween scams. Goodness gracious. That's right. That's right. A decision game that has enough outcomes to last a long time. 99% of games have a single outcome, but a game that can have endless outcomes has been the holy grail for those game makers. That's right. That was a good one. I like that one. I hope that you guys all enjoyed it. I'm a big fan of creepypastas, and we usually do at least one creepypasta on Halloween. So that was our Halloween creepypasta. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight. We are at the end of our lovely, lovely Halloween special. I appreciate all of you. To help support me, please do donate to my PayPal, linked in the pinned comment. And I hope that all of you have an amazing Halloween. This is our last Friday with my Sayers and Nay before Halloween. So I really wanted to do our Halloween special on a Friday night because it's more fun for everyone. I made a rhyme. And I hope that all of you have a fabulous, fabulous weekend. And next week, we might be able to do some more Halloween stuff, just not in the form of what I did tonight. The creepypasta story is listed right here. I get them from the Creepypasta website because that is where all the good creepypastas are, really. Really. You buy your own candy, you don't trust going out. So on Monday, there will be an MLM Monday, and then I'm unsure if I'll be able to do anything until Friday, which is why we were kind of celebrating Halloween tonight. So no matter what, I will see all of you on Monday. I hope that all of you have a fabulous, amazing, amazing rest of your day. On Monday, we're going to be looking at On Passive because, like I said, I'm going to be busy for the week, and hopefully something will happen by then. I love all of you so much. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. Stay tuned to the community tab. That's where everything is posted. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you all very soon with another one. Mwah! Happy Halloween!
Yo, hollow mask, we got tricks, no treat. Spitting venom in the booth, feel the heat. Arm passive, falling flat, can't compete. Marty stuck in his chair on repeat. We the naysayers, in it to win it. No cap, no gimmick, just here to spin it. Ash move, fairer, I'll smoking mirrors. Chris, eyes shut, vision get it clearer. Mike Ellis speak truth, cut through the lies. Every scheme that they push, alibis. Can't stand, won't stand, fake enterprise. Laughing through the storm, see the demise. We're the naysayers, in it to win it. No cap, no gimmick, just here to spin it. Ash move, fairer, all smoking mirrors. Chris, eyes shut, vision get it clearer. Mike Ellis speak truth, cut through the lies. Every scheme that they push, alibis. Can't stand, won't stand, fake enterprise. Laughing through the storm, see the demise. We're the naysayers, in it to win it. No cap, no gimmick, just here to spin it. Ash move, fairer, all smoking mirrors. Chris, eyes shut, vision get it clearer. Ghosts and scams pass, haunting these halls. Naysayers stand tall, breaking down walls. On passive promises, empty as a ghoul. Chris sits closed, eyes lost in the rule. Hustle through the night, never gonna fade. Words hit hard like a covert raid. Marty can't rise, stand brigade. Ash deceptive, house of spade.